It's a building that's meant so much to the city of New Orleans and all of its residents over the years. And our coverage of the NFL has brought us to it, Caesars Superdome. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And here we go from New Orleans. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Opening play, and Bo will throw. And they get to him as he was trying to make something happen. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up. Trying again, following the sack. As a man, that's Cortland Sutton. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. They managed 22 on the rip and a first down. New set of downs for him from the 46. Now the first run of the game for Javonte Williams. And he's going to get stopped right around the 45-yard line.
You know you love some of my buzzwords, kid. I know you do. And this one was about will power. He got the rock a long way from the chains and put his teammates on his back for a heck of a run. And a great try at that first down.
On the move, past the 40. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. An excellent gain, 20 yards there, and that's going to move the sticks. All right, set now, 1st and 10. Here's Nix. Nothing there left side as it ends up incomplete.
You really want those throws to be like clockwork for your offense. Every team needs to hit passes in that short to intermediate range to effectively move the ball.
Again on 2nd and 10, Nix. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up 3rd down.
Look at the coverage on that play, Kate. I love that. That is textbook defense right there. When the quarterback escapes the pocket, man, you got to find somebody. You got to go get sticky on your offensive guy. That's exactly what the secondary did, and it forces the throwaway.
That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact. Man, that was a chain mover if he would have held on, Brock, with the contact. Just too much to do so.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed in himself because you've got to make these contested catches, but I do give a lot of credit. An outstanding effort defensively to force that ball out. A dependable kicker, man, that is a coach's best friend. Saves him so much stress to have a guy he can really trust to go out and hit it from that distance consistently. Because from that far out, no kick is a guarantee.
Finds some space. He's past the 30. They'll bring him down on the return as he gets this to the 33. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. This is Alvin Kamara with it. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Brandon Jones up for the stop. A nice 6-yard pickup. They're going to have 2nd and 4.
That's a run that you'll take the result in the NFL every time. A nice play, a solid game, but it's also a run that you know, and you may come back to, because if you were that close to breaking off an explosive one, you really break the backs of a defense.
Catch made by Alvin Kamara. He gets it forward for a gain of 3. Alex Singleton makes the tackle.
When there's heat, that blitz coming off the snap, that QB's eyes, you could see it right away. He got to his check down in a hurry. But, Kate, here's the key. Quarterback and running back have to be on the same page. The two were right there, and it netted some positive yards.
And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
That is your old school meat and potatoes call right there. Don't even think about throwing it. Just rush it ahead and get what you need.
First and 10, ball set up at the 48. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
You know, that was a play, Kate, right there where you need to buy your receivers just enough time to get open along their routes. And your quarterback enough time to find and hit him with the throw. Time, well, that's not what he had. O-line couldn't hold up, and it forces the incompletion.
Back to the air, Carr. That's caught by Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And he pushes this down to the 42 before going down. Only a solitary field goal so far as we're through one quarter. Just a field goal separates these two. Back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. We're back for the second quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. Putting a receiver in motion. Kamara now on 1st and 10. And with a nice gain, he runs him down inside of field goal range. Call it 7 yards, and now they'll have 2nd down and 3.
I'm not kidding you, Kate. A run of that length at the NFL level, honestly, is the equivalent of a run of 15-plus at the high school level. It's hard in the run game to make yards, and they just got a very successful one.
2nd and 3 now. They stay on the ground with Kamara. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down.
He easily had the yardage for a first, but he was hungry for a lot more. I think that tackle prevented something that was going to be a lot bigger than just a 1st down pickup.
Running back sent in motion left. Throwing on 1st down, it's Carr. Too much lead on that throw. That falls incomplete ahead of his target. Looking for his wide receiver there. And now they face 2nd down.
There's the importance of staying in phase as a defender. He was all over him in coverage, and that really did help force the incompletion.
Second and 10, here's Carr. Has him on the quick hitter. He's forward, gets a couple of yards. Brandon Jones up for the stop.
He's just one of those guys, Kate. Even when he's not open, he's still a target thanks to that physicality and his ability to just play bully ball. They don't like forcing into coverage, but sometimes when you got a bully like him that can create space, you just find a way to get him the ball.
Carr throwing on 3rd. And he brings it in for a New Orleans touchdown. The Saints get some late points and the lead. Alvin Kamara, the touchdown. Grouping adds the extra point. And the Saints one up the opposing field goal. They start with 7 on their opening drive. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. this will end up as a touchback. Throwing on first down, Nix. Ooh, he got hit as he was throwing, and unsurprisingly, it falls incomplete. Second down coming up. Looking for the back that time. So it'll be second down.
That is a DB's best friend, pressure. That pressure earned that incompletion. They came in before he could find a target and hit him to alter that last-second attempt to get rid of it.
Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Here's Nix to throw. Cut by Sutton. And that's good yardage with a new set of downs. Broncos have to hurry here. Clock's still running. Up the gut they go with Williams. And all he can get is 1 yard. Ran that right into the defensive front.
You know, Kate, I like to call these body blows. Body blows. You got to be committed to running the football. Even if it doesn't move the chains, I guarantee you that wear and tear will pay dividends later.
Here we go, 2nd and 9. That's complete. It's Javonte Williams. And this is marked down right along that 40-yard line. We have a timeout called by the Broncos. That's their first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. Nix with it on first. Finds a man. Adam Troutman has it. And he's going to be taken down a yard shy of the 25. They gain 14 on the play. And that'll be good for a Denver first.
I love throwing on first down. And when you see a first down pass just like that, it's taking advantage of a matchup you plan for, and you go out and execute.
2nd and 10. Need to get some positive yardage here. Nix from the gun. And he gets in. Touchdown, Denver. The Broncos take the lead just before halftime. Javonte Williams, the touchdown. So, Brock, good work there to finish off the drive in the end zone and retake the lead.
You just get this feeling every once in a while in games, this sucker's going to be a back-and-forth football game. So what a great job offensively to jump out in front here in the first half of play.
Will Lutz now on for the extra point. The point after splits the uprights. And the Broncos push their lead to 3. Here's Lutz set to kick this away. Shaheed now to return. The clock reads 24 seconds now as the final drive of this half begins. Carr now on 1st and 10. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Denver calls the second of its 3 timeouts. And they still have 1 in their pocket for what's left of this half. They really need some chunk yardage here on second down. Another try following the sack. And that's going to be incomplete. Still time for a couple of plays, though. 15 seconds left. This is a guy who's used to embracing contact, Brock. Usually makes catches in spite of it, but I guess it's tough for anybody to make a play every time.
Yeah, I think these tight ends today, Kate, spend as much time in the old ice bath as just about anybody.
Yeah.
And when you don't make that catch and you take the contact, well, that stings like the first seconds in the ice.
And that one's going to fall incomplete. No luck there. Just 11 seconds remaining.
Well, he needed another second to deliver the throw he wanted to. You got to give a lot of credit that time, Kate, to the pass rush for getting in and forcing him to dish it before he was ready.
Gets this one away from a tough spot, backed up inside the end zone. He'll start from the 39. And a good return as he gets him up across midfield and into enemy territory. Good return here of 19 yards. And they'll have a chance to run one play before time expires. On comes Will Lutz in the Broncos field goal unit. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken. Only time left for one more snap, Brock, so they're going to run out their field goal unit. This from the right hash and a considerable distance. And we've reached the midway point of this contest. 2 quarters down and an exciting 2 to go. The NFL on EA Sports returns after this. Back from the break, I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Hayward, and we are just moments away from the beginning of our second half. Here's Lutz, set to kick this away. Shaheed now to return. He lost the football. And they steal it back on the return.
These guys are flying down the field. Reminds me of the guys at Braveheart. But different than Braveheart, these guys got 2 things on their mind. Number 1, get the returner down. And number 2, try to separate the ball if they can. It's rare that it happens, but boy, is it big when it does.
They're out and set, 1st and 10. Straight ahead with Williams. And he'll get this down to the 23-yard line before they stop him. Pickup of 8 on the run, and that sets up 2nd and 2.
Well, that doesn't net a first down. You get yards like that in the run game, you will take it in the NFL.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. From the 23. Short pass brought in. And able to get this down to the 15 before going out. A 7-yard pickup, and it moves the chains.
That's just great instincts. Go air it out on 2nd down rather than just play conservative and run it. They hit a weak point in the coverage and don't need to worry about 3rd down at all.
They have themselves another 1st and 10. The Broncos had their eye on that play clock, and before it expires, they call a timeout. As that'll leave him with just 2 to use the rest of the way. He brings the offense up now for a 1st and 10. A run with Williams. And he's only able to power this forward for about 3 yards.
Okay, that's a run that's ho-hum on the stat sheet, but if you see a bigger play on the ground later on, it'll largely be because of a play just like that one, softening up the front and opening the door for a bigger gap in the future.
Second down now, 7 to go. Nick Snad to throw. It's a Denver touchdown. Now in a close game, they needed somebody to make that type of play. Now it pushes their lead to a couple of scores and makes a comeback that much more difficult.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to downtown Cleveland and the newly named Huntington Bank Field, the home of the Browns. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go from Huntington Bank Field. And he'll be forced out of bounds, but a very solid return. Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. On the carry, this is Nick Chubb. And that play gets nothing. So no gain on the game's first snap.
This defense wanted to come out early in this game and take the fight to the offense. And boy, did they ever set the tone on the very first play, keeping that carry to no gain.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Once again, it's Chubb. That would qualify as an angry run, powering his way forward. A pickup of 7.
It's tough to completely celebrate, Mike, when you don't pick up the first down, but that's a run you will take every single time. I mean, good yardage, and in a lot of situations, it'll get you the first down, just not here.
They'll come up to 3rd and 3. It's Watson out of the pistol. That's caught. Left side. It's complete. And he will score. Jerry Jeudy. Touchdown, Cleveland. And that is the way to start a game. Not just score, but, Greg, score quickly. A nice opening drive for the first 6 points.
Well, it seems like the hour spent on that opening game script was time well spent. I mean, to take the ball right down the field that quickly right out of the gates, that's a pretty good opening drive and an early 6 points.
And he will take it in and tack on the 2 points to make it 8-0.
I know it sounds like I'm being biased, Mike, but I'm really not. Down here this close to the end zone, especially on 2-point tries, the size, the length, the athleticism, and matchups these tight ends can create, man, they are a tough handle, and it leads to 2 points.
The kickoff team is out on the field, and we're back to it as the kick's away. This one will be taken in the end zone. No run back forthcoming. And the ball coming out to the 30-yard line. So they come to the line for first down and 10. Throwing at the start. Here's Carr. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
So you come back out here after watching the opposing team score first, and what you want to do is you got to establish a little early rhythm and get the drive started. Get a little positive energy into that huddle, and what hopefully starts out good ends with you being able to get some points of your own. When you can get this level of run support out of your secondary, Mike, man, what an advantage for any defense. This defensive back clearly reads run, gets off his block, and he's able to take down the back for a loss of yards.
What can they do here on 3rd down and 7? From the shotgun, it's Carr. He manages to get the throw away and completes it. And they will bring him down on the other side of midfield.
These 3rd down conversions are just so important, Mike. Everybody stresses we want to possess the ball, give our offense as much opportunity to end as many drives as we can, scoring points. So if you want to stay on the field, you better be good on 3rd down.
It'll be a run out of the gun with Kamara. And he is stopped in his tracks. Loss of a couple on the play.
Every team makes an emphasis on winning 1st down, but as a defense, when you're able to take them back for a loss, 2nd and long, you can really become more of a pass-centric defense and really tips the scales into your favor.
Now, 2nd down throw from Carr. He lets one go, looking for Shaheed. And a big gain out of bounds as time runs down. An exclamation point to end this 1st quarter. So the big play changes the complexion of things. It's 1st and goal now from just inside the 10-yard line. They'll run here with Kamara. He is in. Alvin Kamara. Touchdown, Saints. Good drive. They kept the ball. Greg, they moved it effectively down the field and finished it off on the ground for the touchdown.
So often, Mike, we see teams work on a great drive to get down here close, only to settle for a field goal. But in this case, give them a lot of credit. They put a great drive together, but they're able to capitalize and finish it off with 6.
After the touchdown, Carr and the Saints going for 2. In motion is Hill. They run out of the gun and tag on a reverse. And this is not going to work out as planned. Tough spot to try to run a play like that. It is blown up behind the line. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. This kick is fielded in the end zone, but no move to bring it out. It's touchback, and that ball will come out to the 30-yard line. First and 10. They'll start on the ground with Chubb. Took that one outside, waiting for that cutback lane, but it never developed. No gain on the carry.
You could tell the entire time that running back is just looking for his crease to get vertical and cut back. But the defense does a great job. Inside-out pursuit, strings this ball out towards the sideline. Nowhere to go, and they make a big stop for no gain.
We'll try again. It's second and 10. Here's Watson. He'll get that into the hands of Nick Chubb. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard and sets up third down.
When a defense has speed to the ball like this group does, it makes these wide receiver screens really challenging. Because all those fast linebackers and defensive backs that are chasing the ball carrier, the offensive line are the ones responsible for them, and sometimes that's just a speed mismatch, and they can't get out in front.
Throwing on third down. Watson, a throw left side, going to be intercepted. Picked off by Willie Gay.
I know it doesn't seem like a ton of yards on top of that pick, but that was really well done. I mean, it's just going to make life so much easier now as the offense takes the field, trying to capitalize off of that turnover.
In motion is Hill. Open man, that's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. That was not what they were hoping for. He's going to go out of bounds behind the line. A loss on that one.
Well, let's give some credit to the big boys up front in the trenches. They knew that blitz was coming. They held up just long enough that the quarterback could get that ball out safely and results in a completion.
Carr now on second down. Brought in by Chris Olave. They get 16 on that connection. First down, New Orleans.
Every quarterback's dream is, can I get the ball out of my hand as fast as possible and get it to a guy that can do the rest after the catch? And it seems like nowadays throughout the entire league, the best offenses thrive in yards after the catch.
2 minutes to go. First half in a 2-point game. We'll have more from Cleveland after this. They can still get a first down at the 1. First and 10, they go from the 11. Shaheed in motion. run on first down with Kamara. And a good job following his blockers, a gain of 7. It'll be second down. The Browns going to use the first of their timeouts here, and they'll get together prior to this second down play. They're going to go right back to Kamara. Good blocking, and he's in. Alvin Kamara. Touchdown, New Orleans. His second TD of the game, and this one gives his team the lead. What a standout performance early on in this one. That his second rushing touchdown of the game.
And some backs, Mike, they just have a sense of finding the end zone and being able to finish off these runs. That's exactly what this guy has been able to do today, and we're just getting started.
They'll go again here with Kamara. And this time they stop him short of the goal line. Touchdown a moment ago. No two-point conversion to add on as they come up empty. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. And this one is fielded in the end zone, will not be returned. So it'll come out to the 30. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. From the shotgun, here's Watson.
Well, let's give credit here to the coverage unit, Mike. There was nowhere to go with the ball for that quarterback. He had no choice but to just tuck it down himself, and he's able only to pick up a short gain.
Here's 2nd and 6. Out of the gun, Watson. This is brought in downfield by Judy. Now we'll get a timeout, Cleveland. That's their second. And they'll get a chance to talk things over after picking up that first down.
And now you can see they're really getting in rhythm in this 2-minute drive. Now, after that last completion, Mike, they cross midfield. Now the mindset goes to, all right, we got to come away with some points.
That's over the middle and intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And the Saints have excellent field position as they take over right at midfield.
Well, with this guy might lose a little bit, Mike, as he gets long in the tooth. He certainly makes up for it in experience. You're not going to be able to do a lot of things to trick him on the back end. He reads this play right from the jump, makes a great break on the ball, and if that ball hits his hands more times than not, it's going to be a takeaway.
First down throw for Carr. To the left side, in the hands of Hill.
It's not the big play they were hoping for, but first down efficiency, staying ahead of the chains, is what every offense is trying to find, and it brings up a manageable second down.
They face second down and 7. Carr working out of the gun. To the left side and pulled in. Valdez-Scantling. 10 yards for number 10 on that one, and it's 1st and 10. Here's Carr. He keeps it himself, carrying that ball loosely, and it is out. And the defense has it. The quarterback was on the move, starting to gain some yards, but then he lost the ball. And the fumble's recovered by the defense.
And early on, Mike, it was actually a really good job by the quarterback, extending that play, getting some positive yards with his legs, but he decided not to slide and give himself up. He takes that hit, loses the ball, and now the defense takes over.
And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line.
This is a tale as old as time, Mike. It seems that anytime a team forces a takeaway, fumble, or interception, the ensuing drive starts with a shot, a deep play in the air to try to seize on some of that momentum. You just saw a great example of it here.
Boy, some bulk in the formation on that right side here for 1st and 10. Now Watson. Open man, the tight end, straight down the field. Ball rests at the 37. It's 1st and 10. To throw on 2nd down is Watson. The coverage too strong that time. The ball batted away and incomplete. Jerry Jeudy, the intended target, and 3rd down coming up.
So as halftime looms, Mike, they have to find a way to capitalize on this drive right here and make sure they end the half with some sort of points. Now, that incompletion, not ideal, but at the very least it stops the clock. Catch your breath, get back in the huddle, and this next play, it's got to be a gotta-have-it best play call.
So, after 2 straight incompletions, here's 3rd and 10. Throwing again is Watson. And for the 3rd time in this first half, he's been intercepted. He's going to bring this one back the distance. Touchdown, Saints. The pick 6 for the score. Greg, that is the one thing this offense did not want to see, and it really is demoralizing to see that happen in that spot.
Absolutely, Mike, and that's one of those cases where you just would like to see the quarterback say, all right, I'm going to live to play another day. Don't force that throw. Don't try to make a play that's not there, because not only do you turn the ball over, you give them an easy 6.
And on the other side, the defense, what a moment, uplifting for them, big momentum builder.
Yeah, and that's the way games are shaped in this league, Mike. I mean, you find yourself able to capitalize on a mistake by an offense. You get yourself an easy touchdown. All of a sudden, your sideline finds themselves completely rejuvenated.
So, still the matter of 6 seconds remaining in this half. And the kick's away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. Set to go now on 1st and 10. To throw is Watson. Little short pass here, caught by his tight end. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play. All right, Coach, second half, drawing near. Glad to have you back with us. here on EA Sports. Both teams ready to get back at it as we get back underway here on EA Sports. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. In motion is Hill. On first down, they'll start out with Kamara. Room up the sideline at the 45. And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line.
There's a combination of footwork and vision, his ability to kind of weave through traffic and understand where the holes were. It's a really nice job working through some bodies and picking up a big gain.
In motion is Hill. They'll go play action with Carr. And that one is complete along the boundary. Good job of getting those feet in bounds.
The best guys I've been around, Mike, they have a sense where they can see the ball, but they can feel the sideline. And that's kind of an innate sense that these guys have that allows them to concentrate and secure the catch and ensuring that both feet remain in bounds.
They'll run. It's Kamara. He'll manage only a couple. Denzel Ward in on the tackle. Third and 6. In motion is Hill. A tight end in motion now. On third down, here's a run by Kamara. A field goal, no gimme from this distance. They'll go on fourth down. In motion is Hill. They'll run for it. It's Kamara. And he's going to have a Saints first down. They take advantage of what looked like an unsure defense. It was 4th and 3. They picked up 8. In motion is Hill. On 1st and 10, it's a handoff. Wait a minute, it's a reverse. And this takes him into the red zone. He's brought down inside the 20-yard line.
For that play to work, Mike, you have to distort the defensive line at the point of attack. And what that means is the offensive lineman, you need one of them to win their block. Move the defender out of his gap. Because when you do, you can see there is a nice run lane for the back to hit.
That's caught by Hill.
There's no more efficient play in the NFL, Mike, than the play-action passing game. And you can see here why. You make the defense have to honor both the run and the pass, and he's able to pick up a nice gain to his tight end.
They'll come to the line now on 2nd and 2. Now a give, but here comes a reverse. And he'll be brought down on what will be the final act here in this third quarter. So these two teams take the long walk to the opposite end of the stadium. We've come to the end of the third quarter. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. Here's a chance to put this game away. First down and goal. Here's a run. And he's going to be close to first down yardage, but the mark of a foot or two short. Again, it'll be Kamara. And he will not get to the goal line. In fact, he may have come back a little bit, and now it is third and goal.
You know, at this point, the defense has to sell out and stop the run. You know exactly what the offense is trying to get accomplished by keeping the ball on the ground. But now the question remains, are they willing to take some risk?
And he's got another one. Alvin Kamara. Touchdown, New Orleans. Greg, that's one of those scores where it's not completely over, but it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, Mike, I just think they're entering miracle stage right now, and I just don't think there's any coming back from this deficit.
Groupie able to add the extra point. The Saints will open it up even further here in this fourth quarter. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for first and 10. Shotgun snap to Watson. He's got his man, the tight end, David Njoku. On first down, it's Watson. Going deep downfield for Judy.
Well, we all know the running joke, right, Mike? If this guy could catch, he'd be playing offense. And, well, I think that's kind of a joke for the past. These defensive players are incredible these days. That's just too easy. You've got to secure that interception for your defense and get off the field.
And the back judge throws the flag. He looks at the ball, looks at the clock. Clock says 0. That's a delay of game. Play clock down to 0. That's going to be a delay.
You can almost hear the noise coming from the nearby French Quarter. And they're being just as loud inside Caesars Superdome here in New Orleans. Will Reichert has it all teed up. And here we go from New Orleans. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. Carr gonna open with a pass here. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. He finds him 16 yards and a new set of downs.
Something out of nothing, Kate. That may as well be listed on his resume because he's so good at it. Caught that one near the line, and after that, it was all him. Turning a modest pass into far more than a modest gain.
This is Alvin Kamara with it. And he'll push this upfield and earn them a new set of downs.
It was University of Wisconsin, Kate, the first time I heard this term, slow to explode through. And think how good that Badgers run game has been at the college level. Well, they made runs like that look easy. Slow to explode through.
Carr with it on first. That's complete to Kamara. And he's taken down at the 30. They get 13 on the pickup. And that's good for a New Orleans first down.
That is what elite offenses are all about. Why worry about 3 downs when you need only one? Move the chains in one play and keep driving that defense backwards.
Carr now on 1st and 10. Completes this one to Hill. And looks like we can call it about 4 yards in the end. Shaq Griffin finishing that play off. 2nd and 6 coming up here. Throwing with a blitz on the way. Dumps it off to his running back. And he gets leveled just before he reaches the marker, and that hit prevents a first down.
Well, this is the type of game we've come to expect from him as a runner, toting the ball, but he's just as adept at turning the screen into the same kind of yardage, too.
3rd and a lone yard coming up. Throwing again, it's Carr. Throws off the rip, but it's incomplete. His first target doesn't lead to his first catch. And that brings up 4th and short.
You know, Kate, my years in Indianapolis with Peyton, he loved to know the tendencies of a defense. And 3rd and short, more often than not, all across the league, you get man-to-man coverage. It really is a good time to throw. Unfortunately, couldn't execute that pass in a 4th down instead.
So the run doesn't get the yardage. It's a turnover on downs.
I think this defense was resigned to giving up 3 points on the opening series. Instead, well, they got the chance to deny them anything, and boy, did they ever attack it.
Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. Here's Darnold to throw. As a man, Justin Jefferson. Massive hit. The ball is out. And the Saints grab it. Did not want to start like that. They get their shot to show what they can do, and they cough it up immediately, and they're off the field in one play.
Did you see what I saw there, Kate? I think I saw the excitement leave their body as somebody else was on top of that fun ball. If you're the type to believe in omens, well, this is a very worrying start to this game.
And he'll get this down at the 33-yard line. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the first down.
That's pretty good right there now. You don't always expect a sizable gain when you run it on first down. You just want some yards to set up an easier second down play. But they will take that execution every time.
And he's short of the first after a mild gain. Give him 5 on that carry, bringing up 2nd and 5. We've finished one quarter in what's still a scoreless game. Couple of zeros on the board right now. Back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. We're back for the second quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They have it 2nd down, well inside of field goal range. They go play action with Khan. That's caught. Rashid Shaheed makes the play. And he has it down officially to the red zone at the 20. That one gains 7. And the Saints are going to have a first down. Motioning one of the tight ends. Kamara now on 1st and 10. And he's tackled after gaining a handful. Give him 4 that time, so 6 to go on 2nd down.
You know, Kate, these are some of the little hidden plays in a game, right? Doesn't look like a whole lot on the stat sheet, but A, it gets you good yardage. B, it sets up your play action. And C, most importantly, keeps that defense guessing.
And he has it down to the 8-yard line on the play. 9-yard pickup, and it sets him up with 1st and goal.
No, it's not a running back, but it's a receiver carrying across the marker, Kate. I'm not even calling this a trick play anymore. It's about maximizing your resources and your asset, and this receiver shows you he can be a tool as a running back.
They'll run with Kamara. And he won't challenge for the goal line. The stop made at the 4. The Vikings call a timeout. It'll be their first. And they'll have 2 left to work with here in the first half.
Hey, I get it on 1st and goal, right? A lot of teams like to be conservative and limit risk. Even if a run is stopped short, you still got 2, sometimes 3 downs to play with.
They send a tight end in motion. Kamara has nothing on that run. They stand strong and stop him at the 2. Timeout taken by the defense. They're 2nd. They're down to their final 1 in this half.
Where you get a little bit closer, but you can feel the pressure starting to mount. Unless you're committed to playing 4 downs here, this becomes a critical 3rd down call.
Buckle up. It's 3rd and goal. They'll try with Kamara. Launches, and he's got it. Touchdown! The Saints get the game's first points here in the 2nd. Alvin Kamara, the touchdown. Blake Grupe to try the extra point. Right down the middle, it's good. And they add 1 on to their first touchdown of the contest. Here's Grupe on now to handle the kickoff. And that one bounces through the end zone for a touchback. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Now Darnold. Escapes the pocket. Oh, he was on the move, but so was the defense, and they take him down. And they're going to have to regroup after this one. Second and 10, need to get some positive yardage here. Here's Darnold. getting out to his left. And they get to him again. Vikings out of the hurry-up need everyone back to the line. Here he is on 3rd and long. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. That's Demario Davis. And the Saints will be down inside the opposing 35 as they take over after that interception. Oh boy, they cleaned up the fumbling issues from the last drive, and now it's an interception that turns the ball over.
Yeah, and two very different tones and tenors on these two sidelines. One coach is pleading, begging for some ball security. The other is simply saying, keep it up, boys. Keep taking that ball away. Job well done.
Has him on the quick hitter. And they'll manage to contain him after about a 6-yard pickup. Shaq Griffin finishing that play off.
That is the epitome of staying on schedule. That kind of completion right there on 1st down. Well, it opens up the entirety of the playbook for 2nd down. And with 3rd and short in your back pocket, you can get even more aggressive and take that shot.
He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And 2 yards is all he's going to get before he's caught. That tackle made by Blake Cashman.
I call this quarterback's best friend. Some call it a safety valve, some call it automatic, but it's sure nice as a quarterback when you got a trusty running back over the middle of the field that you can depend on.
And he's off the mark there. Too far behind him to adjust. That brings up 4th down.
Well covered on that play. Really not a large window for him to sneak that throw in.
On 4th down, out comes the Saints field goal team and Blake Grupe. Definitely not an automatic here. This 41 yards away. Mikatomni's kick is good. And they come away with some points on that series.
You'd expect him to make most of those attempts from this distance, but it's never a lock. So they'll happily take this and finish off the drive with points.
Here's Grupe on now to handle the kickoff. Ty Chandler to return. And in the end, he's able to get it to what used to be a touchback. It's at the 25 after the return. And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Yep, as expected. They go to the ground to start this one off. Good little rip there. Looks like about 6. Chase Young bringing him down there.
That does not show up on any explosive stat sheet, but let me tell you, Kate, that's the real deal right there. You run for that kind of yardage consistently in the NFL, you do set yourself up for success.
Second and 4. He's going to loft one deep to the left. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete.
Well, that was almost one of those nice chunk plays you like to see in the NFL, Kate, before he was able to recover and provide the hit and ultimately dislodge the football. You like to see that physical edge and scrappiness to contest any kind of shot plays down the field.
Shotgun now on 3rd down. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. Working quickly here. He'll throw it. Trying for the deep ball. And that one's going to be knocked away, and that's going to force a change in possession. That brings us to halftime. We'll get a break as our teams make their adjustments and then return with more of the NFL on EA Sports in just a little bit. Well, that first half, certainly an interesting one. Kate, Scott, Brock Heward with you as we get back and see what the second half has in store for us. Here's Grupe on now to handle the kickoff. And we'll have to wait at least a few moments longer for an exciting start to this second half. We've got a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. Starting the drive with a give to Jones. And that's good yardage there with a new set of downs to boot.
Kate, don't think for a second this is time you step off the gas. You can feel this defense right there on their heels. And now's the best chance to go push the envelope and get aggressive.
First and 10 from the 41. Staying on the ground with Jones. And they're going to get him down just shy of midfield. Still a nice gain, though, up to the 49. Good rip on first down. That brings up 2nd and 2.
So much to like about that run, Kate, particularly what he was able to get out of it. The defense, I think, feels a little fortunate they were able to track him down before an even bigger run and crossing that first down marker.
After a good pickup, they're set up with 2nd and short. Jones once more. And he's tackled with the first down yardage.
I don't know about you, Kate, but he sure made getting that first down look really easy. A lot easier than it's supposed to be for that defense. And I think they'll hear about it when they get to the sidelines.
Football on that 47-yard line, first down. Throwing here, Darnold. Connects with his back, Aaron Jones. And they're going to be down close to the 35 as he goes out. Give him 11 yards, Brock, and a fresh set of downs.
This running back is a mismatch maker. That's how I label him on my little sheet right here. Right under his bio, this guy just creates matchup nightmares for every defender on the field.
Shotgun snap, they're going to throw. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. Has room down the left sideline. And it's a touchdown as he brings it back for the pick six. That play, Brock, that play was beautiful. Not just making the interception, but then seeing the return slowly come together in front of him as he took it all the way to the house.
Yeah, I think even for us up here in the booth, it looked like a scene out of a movie, didn't it? Starts running it back, scans the field for a lane, then the blocks come just in the nick of time to wipe out the would-be tacklers, and he's got open space and nothing but the end zone in front of him.
That one right down the middle. And the Saints take a 3-possession lead. A quick chance at redemption after that pick six as it's sent away. And it bounces out of the end zone, so they'll set up shop at the 30. Offense ready to begin this drive. First and 10. Shotgun snap, looking to throw. Oh, he put everything he had into that throw. This is caught inside the 15. And he takes it in for the Minnesota touchdown. The Vikings shrinking the lead some in the third. Jordan Addison, the touchdown. That is as efficient as an offense can be. One play, 70 yards, and 6 points, Brock. They can save the rest of the plays they had prepared for their next series.
Rest of the plays? Why even call a different one? I mean, that one hit the sweet spot on the barrel and got out of the yard in a hurry. Perfect call to catch him sleeping to start that drive.
He's throwing for it! And the pass is successful. That's a little momentum builder as they attack this deficit. So we've got ourselves a 9-point game now as they'll kick this off. To return this, Rashid Shaheed. Oh, he's showing some burst on this return. They'll begin from the 36 as the returner's brought down. The Saints enjoying some good field position to start this drive off. 1st and 10 coming up. They're going to start on the ground with Kamara. And that's only 1 yard up the middle. Going to be 2nd down.
You know, not a ton of yards, but still showing that commitment to the ground game. The type of run that keeps the defense from loading up in coverage and focusing entirely on that passing game.
They'll come to the line here, 2nd and 9. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. Gets this one to Shaheed. And this is pushed ahead for a gain of 5. Play brought to an end by Jonathan Grenard.
It's not just imperative that a quarterback knows man or zone. Same thing for a receiver, especially on a drag route. When he sees zone coverage like that, just settle down, find the soft spot, and give your quarterback a chance.
We'll see what they come up with for 3rd down in just a bit. We've reached the end of 3. The Saints have it with a lead. Not a big one, though, trying to carry it through. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. The Vikings call a timeout. It'll be their first. May still have 2 to work with in this final quarter. All plays on the table here for 3rd and 3. Kamara running out of the gun. And they'll make the stop up at the 46-yard line. It's a gain of 4. And that's good for a New Orleans 1st down.
Okay, you know me, I can't resist. I thought we might have needed the old Gene Steratore index card down there. Making a really close measurement to see if he got the 1st down or not. But in the end, well, the right call was made. He got just enough to move the chains.
And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
Well, he was supposed to be the one who chipped away a few and got a new set of downs started right in rhythm. Instead, he's now forced to pick himself from behind the line thanks to a great effort defensively.
Taken in by Shaheed. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It's a gain of 21 yards to pick up that 1st down.
You want to become a quarterback's best friend? Do that. Turn a short little gain, a short little pass into some yards after catch, and that quarterback will find you again.
So that brings us to the 2-minute warning in New Orleans. Saints with a 2-score lead. 1st down, ball at the 36. They run it from the gun with Kamara. And he's able to get this to the 32 before going down. Now just 4 seconds after our 2-minute warning, we've got another pause. Timeout taken by the defense.
You gain that kind of yardage in the run game, and you're going to gain the trust of your offensive coordinator. Plays like that, runs like that, set the table for everything else in the playbook.
They give on second to Kamara. And a bit of deja vu as they stop him at the line once again. No surprises here. Defense quick to stop that clock. We've got 1:53 left in this game.
These linebackers of today, they are so quick. They're so twitchy. You don't get a body on them in a hurry, they're going to stick you right at the line of scrimmage.
Here they come. This is 3rd and 5. Slot man motioned over. It's Kamara on 3rd down. And we just saw this movie. They stopped him again at the line.
Big man up front said, "Not in my house." Let me tell you, Kate, once you're in the grasp of one of those big old fellas on the D-line, you're done. They would say it on the East Coast like this: it's over. Over.
And that one is not where he needed it to be. It is off and no good. A fortunate break for them as they get a gift with roughing the kicker. Their offense heading back out to keep things going. At the convergence of the Ohio, Allegheny, and Monongahela rivers, we're in the football town of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania at Acrisure Stadium. Blake Grupe out and ready to send this away. And we're underway from Pittsburgh. Calvin Austin on the return. He's got a lane up past the 30. Field flipping return as he brought it down on the opposite side of the 50.
Now that's a way to start the ball game. A return all the way across midfield. And the kick return team, they're going to get a big old thank you when they get to the sideline. Nothing like starting your offense with a short field to begin the game.
So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. They motion the slot man right. Wideout's getting involved in the ground game. Escapes a defender. And he gets into the end zone. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. The Steelers take a 6-0 lead on their opening drive. So some fireworks there to start this ball game, Brock. One play, and we already have our first touchdown.
And this just may be the kind of game it's going to turn out to be. Both teams have such quick strike ability. But, boy, on the other side of the field, the coaches have to be wondering, why? Why this team wasn't ready to go? That's a big letdown to begin a football game.
Yeah, no doubt. Now Boswell on to send this away. To return this, Rashid Shaheed. And this drive will start inside the 25. They're out and set, 1st and 10. Carr starting with a throw. Got his target, it's Hill. And this one's brought to a halt at about the 36-yard line. It's a gain of 12 there. And the Saints are going to have a first down.
You know, they really love that drag route because he's one of those guys that can count on not only to make the catch, but create after the catch. If they don't close on him quickly, he can add a lot of yards before someone tracks him down.
First down, ball at the 36. Here's a give inside to Kamara. And he gets him around 6 there. Patrick Queen ranging in for the tackle. Give him around 6. That's going to make it 2nd and 4.
That run's not going to turn many heads, but at the end of the year, I promise you, if you average over 5 yards a run, you can be a Pro Bowler.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. From the 41. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a first down. That one goes for 25 yards. And that's good for a New Orleans first down. From the shotgun, Carr. He's got Shaheed. And they bring him down after the play reaches the 26.
Kate, one thing I learned from the late, great Mike Leach is, yeah, the system was called air raid, but it wasn't just attacking downfield. His philosophy, and it played out right there, is you have to attack every inch of the field, both vertically and horizontally, without routes or in routes, just like that.
Running behind center with Kamara. And that short gain is enough for a new set of downs.
Hey, Kate, you want to see a picture in the football dictionary of staying on schedule? That was it.
Up to the line, and they're set. 1st and 10. The Steelers calling their first time out. And after using an early one, 2 left for them to spend. A new set of downs awaits them. Here's 1st and 10. Motioning the tight end now. Throwing on 1st down. It's Carr. Chased out to his right. The screen pass falls incomplete.
Defense relentless on that play. As some of them closed in on that pocket, the others took away the easy throwing lanes, and they really influenced that incomplete pass.
So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Back to the air, Carr. Olave with the catch. And they'll bottle this up after a 4-yard gain. Cole Holcomb there on the stop.
I feel so bad. I really do. And I don't mean this sarcastically, Kate. I feel bad for these guys in coverage. I don't know how you defend some of these players today, because they get that drag route, they get one step inside of you. Well, there's very little you can do other than make the tackle.
They won't snap it in time. That is going to be the end of the 1st quarter. Neither side separating much so far. More from Acrisure Stadium after the break. We're back for the start of the 2nd. Saints have the ball and a chance at 6. Carr throwing on 3rd. Oh, not like this. An interception ends that drive. Patrick Queen in to pick it off. And the Steelers take over after forcing the first turnover of this ball game. Well, they were thinking at least a field goal on the drive if they couldn't reach the end zone, right? But the interception keeps them from even getting 3 out of this possession.
You really hope at the end of this game you don't look back and go, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Yeah. If we could have gotten some points out of that drive early, we wouldn't be in the situation we are in now.
Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. On the carry, this is Najee Harris. He's got a gain of 6 there. Brought down by Tyrann Mathieu. He managed 6 on the play, bringing up 2nd and 4.
Fans love the long ball in baseball. That's why they got the home run derby. But you know what? Talk to managers, and they will tell you small ball can win too. Singles and doubles, you add them up, you could win a lot of baseball games. Football coaches will tell you get runs of that length. It may not be a home run, it may not score points, but it can do some serious damage.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. They'll run it for the first time with Jalen Warren. And he's tackled for a short gain. Just 2 yards there on the carry. They're going to need another 2 now on 3rd down.
I think one thing you learn, Kate, when you transition from college to the NFL, not every run is going to be a big play. Some of them, well, they're just destined to end in a minimal gain, and some of them will set up that critical play action for later.
Here we go.
3rd and just 2 to go. They'll go again with Warren. And he's dropped just short of the marker, maybe a yard away.
You know, I'm not sure what else could have been done there, Kate. Just the right call defensively to come up with a 3rd and short stop.
Less than a yard needed here on 4th. It's the 2-minute warning now from Acrisure. And it's the Steelers. Looking at 4th and maybe an inch or two. Here's Harris. And he's going to be brought down up at the 28-yard line. Only 1 yard, but when all you need is an inch or two, Brock, that'll still move the chains.
He only needed an inch, Kate, and it was a good thing because he had to fight for that. That defense put up a game effort, nearly made the play to get themselves off the field.
On 1st and 10, it's Fields. Snared by his running back, it's Najee Harris. And he won't salvage that. It's a loss on the play.
I know coordinator and quarterback going to be upset with that 1st down because you call a screen on 1st, you're thinking stay ahead of schedule. Even a minimal gain to stay on pace, but instead, well, that defense creates a negative play and sets them back behind the sticks.
He's on the move. Trying to get away from the pressure, but he can't, and they drop him. Offense up to the line fast. Fields now, 3rd and long. Rolling out to his left. Gets into this one. It's a deep pick. They connect on the deep shot. And he flips the field for them before being taken down. Pittsburgh will go ahead and use its 2nd timeout. And they still have one in their pocket for what's left of this half.
You know, Kate, we often talk about flipping the field in special teams, right? A kick return, a good punt. Well, an explosive play like that does the exact same thing. Look at the difference in field position by hitting on that shot. You've totally flipped the field and the tone of this drive.
And that's going to be incomplete. Still time for a couple of plays, though. 15 seconds left. First time this game they've looked to him. And that'll bring up 2nd down.
You know, we're so often in today's game looking for this, that escapability, and I love that, getting out of harm's way. Now you just got to find a way to make the connection on the other end.
Escapes out to the left. And the cover just too good there. Didn't find a throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up.
He did exactly what he was supposed to do on that play. Felt the pressure and escapes the pocket. After that, it's on somebody downfield to get open and give him a target. No one did, and he simply has to get rid of it.
Got Williams, and it's complete. And he's going to be out of bounds right along the 20.
You know, I like the completion. You never turn down a completion. That's just not the right throw to make in that spot to move the chains.
Facing 4th down, the Steelers opting for the field goal. Chris Boswell out to do the honors. Ball on the left hash, 37 yards out. Dicker connects there. And our first half ends with 3 points. That's halftime of this contest. We'll join both teams in taking a short break. More of the NFL on EA Sports in just a moment. Welcome back, everybody. Kate Scott, Brock Heward with you as we're about set to begin the third quarter. Now Boswell on to send this away. And we'll have to wait at least a few moments longer for an exciting start to this second half. We've got a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. Trying to shake off the interception. He's looking to throw. Well, the pressure nearly got to him, but still a good play defensively as that one falls incomplete.
You need to buy your receivers enough time to get open along their route, and your quarterback enough time to find and hit them with the throw. When the line doesn't hold up, incompletions follow.
No dice on that prior pass. Here's second down. They send a man in motion. Second and 10. Here's Carr. This one's taken in by Hill. And that will not be enough for a first down. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Carr with it on third and short. That's caught for the first. And the tackle's made just beyond midfield at the 48. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Man in motion here. Carr with it on first. That's complete to Valdez-Scantling. He gets forward, and that's about 4 yards. Cole Holcomb there on the stop. They kick the running back in motion. Throwing again, it's Carr. That's complete to Camaro. And this one's worked down to the 33 before being stopped. Offense in the hurry up here. They've got a man in motion. Carr now on first and 10. To the ground it goes. That's incomplete.
The trajectory of that ball changes while it's in flight. I'll tell you this, Kate, on shorter throws, these receivers are so good to adjust, can still bring it in. But over a long distance, a tip like that alters the course of the ball, and it sure makes it tough to adjust in time.
Couldn't connect on first. It's second down. Putting a receiver in motion. Second and 10 now. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. Captured clean and a pick it off. And the Steelers get it back.
Welcome to the historic Inner Harbor of Baltimore, Maryland. Just a stone's throw away, you find M&T Bank Stadium, the home of the Ravens. The perennial Pro Bowler, Justin Tucker, has it on the tee. And off we go, here in Baltimore. And a decent return there. He'll get this up just shy of the 30. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. On the ground for the first time, this is Alvin Kamara. And he's going to be stopped at the line. No gain. Great way for the defense to open up here at home.
You could just see the frustration on the running back's face as he's getting helped up off the ground. Like there was just nowhere to go from the moment he was handed the ball. Give credit to the defense. Great job. In motion is Hill. Now a toss, running left with Kamara. Kamara got a first down, still going. And he is out of bounds on the other side of midfield. 22 yards, the pickup there. It's good for a Saints first down. On the ground, it's Kamara. And he'll take this forward for about 5. They'll break the huddle. It's second and 5. They run out of the gun and tag on a reverse. The ball comes out. One of the Ravens has it. Well, so much for a nice gain and a good running play. Unable to secure it, the ball comes out and the defense comes off the field with a turnover. Once the runner breaks through the line of scrimmage, Mike, it's very common to see them carrying the ball with one hand. But as they get further down the field and those defenders close in, you've got to protect it with 2 hands and make sure you secure the ball all the way to the ground.
From the 25, they'll go to work. First and 10. Now Jackson. He'll tuck it and take off.
He tried to buy all the time he could, but when he saw that space, he quickly turned from thrower to runner, and he's able to pick up a nice gain on first down.
They'll come up here on second down and 5. First carry for one of the league's best workhorses, Derrick Henry. And he's going to have a Ravens first down as he's able to get it to the 37-yard line.
This just shows why you can't count on just one guy to take him down. He's a powerful enough runner. You got to have guys coming in support when that first hit is made. It takes a team effort to stop him, especially once he gets going.
On first down, they'll stay on the ground with Henry. And they're going to get him down this time. Not as easy as the last carry. This time they drop him behind the line of scrimmage. Second down. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
Even though it doesn't result in a sack, when you dial up the right pressure at the right time, Mike, sometimes that's all it takes to lead to that incompletion. The timing is just a little off between the quarterback and his intended target, and the ball falls incomplete.
Third and long. From the shotgun, here's Jackson. And that is incomplete.
This offense has to find a way to be better on first and second down, Mike. Living in these third and long situations, must pass, is not a recipe that their offensive coordinator wants to operate in.
Early big play here. They're going to go for it on fourth down. On fourth down, they snap it to Jackson. And that is not going to work. Incomplete, and they turn it over on downs.
You know, Mike, I'm all for being aggressive. There are definitely times where you have to go for it on your side of the field. I'm just not sure if at this point in the game, this was one of them.
In motion is Hill. Here's Kamara. Give them 14 on that one. First down, New Orleans.
And a nice pickup there by the back with an explosive run play. And it's important to point out, Mike, this offensive play caller, he's still working off that opening script. It doesn't necessarily have to just be the first possession. Using formations, using run game and pass. Unmask the defense and understand where to take the play calling as the game unfolds.
So we've come to the end of a fairly evenly played opening quarter. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. We'll be back in Baltimore after this. Ball resting on the 9. First down and goal. Now a give, but here comes a reverse. And he gets out wide. He'll go to the end zone. Rashid Shaheed. Touchdown, Saints.
And this is what good offenses in the NFL do, Mike. It's the ability to bounce back. Even if the onset of the game doesn't go exactly according to plan, everybody wants to take their opening possession and go down there and come away with a touchdown. But it's not always going to be perfect. You turn it over on possession 1. What are you going to do in response on possession 2? Well, we just got our answer, and they took it down for 6.
After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. Here we go on the return from the 1. And they'll bring him down just shy of the 30-yard line. Three tight ends in the game to start the drive. They'll start out on the ground with Henry. And he finds some daylight. Up past the 35-yard line. A pickup of 7. Here's a 2nd and 3 forthcoming. On the ground, here's Keaton Mitchell. And he'll be stacked up at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play.
Depending on the situation or the down and distance, Mike, the linebackers have different reads. Sometimes they read the offensive lineman, sometimes they read the running back. In this case, his read brings him right to the play. He's able to make a big stop and keep the gain to nothing.
And he's going to be taken down on the other side of the 50-yard line.
This is an element that defensively you always have to be ready to defend. You can't just accept that it's a pass and be so consumed with the receivers downfield. You have to account for the quarterback as a scrambler. You can see why, as he's able to get out of the pocket and pick up the first down.
Now whistles. Play clock at 0, and that'll cost them 5. In motion comes Walker. Room to maneuver at the 35. And he's going to be taken down. So they come to the line for first down and 10. From the gun, Jackson. He's got his big target. That's Isaiah Likely. That's a gain of 16. This offense is humming. A first down. Running is Mitchell. And this offensive line creating running space. He'll get 6 and get inside the 10-yard line. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. And they'll get together prior to this second down play. In motion comes Walker. And this drive's going to continue. He's taken down, but they are set up with first and goal. Saints going to use their second timeout, and they'll stop it just over a minute remaining in this first half. A chance here to draw level before the break. It's first and goal. Henry tries to pull his way in. And he's going to be stopped just short of the goal line. Couldn't reach that ball across, setting up second and goal. A little closer. Here's second and goal. They'll run the sneak. Looking for that crease inside, and That did not break the play. No doubt about it. They are going to mark him short.
This offense is finding out the hard way, Mike. There is just not a lot of room to operate against this defense down near the goal line.
They were stopped on second down, now 3rd and goal from the 1. Now a handoff. Oh, a wrinkle. Here comes a reverse. And he will fight his way to the end zone. Rashad Bateman. Touchdown, Ravens. Now Justin Tucker for the point after. Through the rain, the kick is good. And the Ravens will level things out at 7 apiece. Very little time remaining in this first half as this kick is away. On the return, it's Rashid Shaheed. And the kicking team right there, stopping him before he can get to the 15-yard line. They'll start this one with a 3 tight end look. And they're just going to run it here up the middle. He'll work his way ahead for a gain of about 4. So, 1 touchdown apiece for our two teams. 7-7 on the board here at the break. As we'll head down the coast now to Orlando. That's where we find Jonathan Coachman ready with our EA Sports halftime report. Coach, the rain not letting up. It continues to be a factor here as we get back underway in the second half. And he'll be brought down just beyond the 25-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. This is Henry. And that's the way you want to run it on 1st down. A gain of 7. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. In motion comes Walker. On 2nd down, a run with Mitchell. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line.
We've seen this trend throughout the league, Mike. Offensively, everyone wants to have depth at the running back position. Yeah, it's great to have one guy, but if you could have 2 or 3 that can all come in and contribute on the ground, that's the goal, and we're seeing it here.
And he'll get 2 on this one before being taken down.
Nice job by the defense. They had that one well read from the beginning, Mike. Someone's responsible for the running back, but the key here was the defender responsible for the quarterback. Stays with him, keeps him to a short gain.
2nd down and 8. In motion comes Walker. And he can't get away. They rally to the football on defense and bring him down for no gain.
Well, you could tell that the defense had seen that play on game tape, and they were ready for it. They tried to do a little jet sweep pop pass out of the gun. Defense was all over it. Nowhere to go, no gain. On 3rd down, Jackson. Oh, he did all he could to get away, but they're going to catch up to him. It is a big loss. Sometimes, Mike, your greatest strength can also be a little bit of your weakness. In this case, he is so used to being able to buy more time with his feet, extend the play, give his targets more time downfield to uncover. In this case, nothing materializes, tried to do too much, and as a result, takes a big loss.
And not much doing there. They made sure he would not get free. From the 39, here's a 1st and 10. Off the play fake. Here's Carr. He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up 2nd down.
The whole idea of the play-action pass, Mike, is that you can slow the pass rush down enough that it allows longer, slower developing pass concepts to open up downfield. But in this case, they were on him so fast that by the time he got his head around, that ball needed to come out. There was no timing and ultimately led in an incompletion.
And that one shut down pretty quickly. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage. Nothing more.
Defensive coaches preach every day, Mike, swarm to the ball. Get as many hacks to the ball carrier as possible. And this is a great reason why. The ball carrier is able to make the first guy miss, but it was the pursuit from the rest of the defense that's able to get him down and keep him to no gain.
Here's a 3rd and 10. From the shotgun, it's Carr. And that is incomplete.
So the hope is your 1/3 down conversion from really jump-starting a possession that ultimately leads in points. But after that 3rd down incompletion, kind of throws a wrench into those plans.
Look it up through the raindrops. No issue there, though. Fair catch, called for, and taken successfully. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. The drive will begin with a run by Mitchell. He'll move it ahead for about 3 yards. That's Chase Young off the edge with the tackle. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. They face 2nd down and 7. In motion comes Walker. And he'll get 4 here, up to the 24-yard line. Wow, an important one coming here. Tie game, late, and this is 3rd down. Throwing Jackson. Taking off, he'll try to get there. Lamar Jackson. And he will go all the way. Lamar Jackson. Touchdown, Baltimore. Extra point try now for Tucker. He's got it. And the Ravens will move out to a 14-7 lead. So the lead is 7 now. Here in this fourth quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. Shaheed now to return it. Good job in coverage. They're going to get him down short of the 20-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Carr working out of the gun. And it's a reception for Taysom Hill. That's a nice pickup on a first down throw. It's a gain of 8.
The drag route is such a good way to get the ball early into the hands of your tight end and take some pressure off the quarterback and give him an easy completion. The size and the athleticism allows them to try to pick up more yards, but do it after the catch.
Carr now on 2nd down. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. A pickup there of 19 yards. It's good for a Saints first down.
And this is a tricky part of the game for any defense. You find yourself protecting a late lead, and the age-old question is, do you remain aggressive? Do you try to just keep the ball from being thrown over your head and make everything be tackled and played in front of you? That's what every defensive coordinator struggles with, so they can't get too soft here as they try to hold on to this lead here late. This is one of those situations that plays directly into the hands of the defense because think, Mike, they know this offense has to be one-dimensional. This has to be a pass. So what do? They bring in extra defensive backs. They clog up the back end. And at the end of the day, there's just nowhere for the offense to go with the ball.
Play action now. It's Carr. A very quick throw there, but not on the same page with his target. That's incomplete.
Let's give credit to that pass rush for making their presence felt, and although it didn't result in a sack, it's the disruption of the timing that's just enough to force that incompletion.
What about this crowd getting even louder before 3rd and 10? Back is Carr. Under pressure, and down he goes. They got him. So, 2 minutes to play here in the second half. We'll come back and finish this one off after this. We are set for 4th and long. They'll drop to throw. He's got his running back downfield, and it's complete. 24-yard pickup as they convert on 4th down.
And now after that big completion, Mike, they can't panic yet. They're not into the mode where they're in desperation. They have 2 timeouts in their back pocket. Take a deep breath. Get your best first down play call to your quarterback. A field goal's not going to do it. They got to think touchdown all the way.
He's got room at the 30. And he'll be taken down. Plenty of time. All 3 timeouts left. It's 1st and 10. Quick throw on the RPO. It's Hill. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5. Here is 1st and goal. They'll run here with Kamara. He'll be wrapped up there down at the 3-yard line. The ball a little closer now. It is 2nd and goal. Again, it'll be Kamara. And he's going to go backwards on that one. They take him down back at the 6-yard line.
It makes sense on 2nd and goal, Mike, to keep this ball on the ground. You always have 3rd down again to finally punch it in. But now after the defense forces you backwards, I think you have to consider putting this one in the air here on 3rd and goal.
In motion is Hill. He pulls it in around the 5. And it's a touchdown. They have gotten to within 1, and a 2-point conversion can give them the lead here in the final minute. So now the extra point to, in all likelihood, send us to overtime. The extra point is good. A big one as we are tied late in this football game. So, not much time remaining to get something started. All tied here, late 4th as the kickoff comes. This fielded at about the 9. And it'll be brought down past the 25. Decent field position to start this drive. Here is 1st and 10. Now it's Jackson. First down throw there is incomplete.
Really nice job there by the defense defending the middle of the field. That is the most valuable real estate on the field. They know every single offense is trying to attack the defense between the hashes, so give credit. They took away all the throwing lanes, and that ball falls incomplete.
Here's Henry. And he'll get about 5 past the 30-yard line. Now the Ravens use their first timeout. Big play in the game right here. It's 3rd down. They'll send a tight end in motion. They'll put one of the tight ends in motion. Jackson from the gun on 3rd down. Now, deep ball for Bateman. That is incomplete with 1 second left on the clock.
Great job there defensively, separating the man from the ball. And this is the moments of the game where you need your best players to step up. And this guy's showing what he's capable of doing in the game's critical moment.
Possibly the play of the game right here. It is 4th down. Here we go. One final play. He's going to try it here again. And that is incomplete, but there is a flag down. It's 4th down, so this is a very big call. Four quarters could not determine a winner. We get back underway here in overtime. Shaheed now to return it. Oh, he's got room past the 30. And they will finally track him down, but not before he takes this to the other side of midfield.
What a time for that. I mean, you've just finished 4 quarters. You've got guys with tired legs, they're dragging, they're worn out, and then you get this return, it sparks your entire sideline, and you have a chance to win this game right away here on this opening drive of overtime.
In motion is Hill. They'll run on first down with Kamara. And that'll be a pickup of 3. Second and 7. Now a first throw here in overtime. To the left side in the hands of Hill. And he will get into the end zone. Taysom Hill. Touchdown, New Orleans. What a job to finish the play with a touchdown. The catch and carry, and the carry part, Greg, that was the most impressive there.
Well, you said it, Mike. The catch was nice, but it's what can you do after the catch that really separates guys in this league. And in this case, he did plenty because it ended up in a touchdown.
So, thanks to that recent rule change, still the chance to extend this game and match that opening overtime score as they receive the kickoff here. He'll get across the 20, mark him down at the 23-yard line. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. In motion comes Walker. Jackson now to throw on first down. And a good effort there defensively. It's knocked away and incomplete.
Well, it's pretty clear the main reason why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the inefficiency of this offense and primarily out of the quarterback position. I mean, to complete less than half of your pass attempts, it just makes it very hard to compete at a high level consistently in the NFL. And if they want to find themselves having any chance of getting back into this game and winning this one, he's going to have to get a lot better with the ball.
Second down, Jackson sending it downfield for Likely. And he'll be brought down, but not before they get this all the way up near midfield. Saints going to use their second timeout.
Just seems like every year, Mike, the tight end position just continues to grow within the passing game and establishes a bigger and bigger role. And listen, I know I'm biased, but if you want to have a good passing game, you better have a good tight end.
A first down throw for Jackson. And it's intercepted. That ought to seal it. Oh, big hole left side. And he is going to score. It's a shocking finish here in overtime. This game is over. So this one a win for the visiting Saints. They had to work for this one. All even through 4 quarters, able to get the breakthrough in overtime to come away with the victory. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olson and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. From Baltimore, we wish you a terrific night. EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to downtown Detroit and Ford Field, the home of the Lions. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go from Ford Field. From deep in the end zone, he's going to bring this one out. First and 10. They move Laporta, sending him in motion. Goff going to open up with a throw. And they will finally run him down. So it'll be first and 10. They'll scrimmage at the 33. First carry for David Montgomery. He finds a seam, a good run. Up past the 40. Let's give him 9 on that one. Second and a yard. Out of the shotgun, it's Goff. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
Timing and trust. Critical elements of this quick passing game. If your target and the quarterback are not on the same page, it winds up being an incompletion and a wasted down.
Williams in motion. From the gun, it's Goff. He'll get this one complete to St. Brown. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. On first and 10, here's Goff. Right back to St. Brown. They connect again. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. On second down, Goff. That'll be caught. It's Jahmyr Gibbs. And they'll hold him to a gain of just a couple and sets up third down. They're going to try to run here with Gibbs. And he's going to have a Lions first down. He needed 2 and gained 6. Now Goff. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down.
Up until that incompletion, they've done a really nice job on this drive, Mike, picking up fresh sets of downs. And typically, throwing the ball on first down is a great way to do it. But now they find themselves in second and 10. Do you keep it in the air and try to get the first down here? Or is the idea to just make third down manageable and take your chances picking up a key third down?
Goff gives it to Gibbs. He'll be taken down at about the 33-yard line. Demario Davis there on the play. On third down, they go with Gibbs. This will not do the trick. They've stopped him behind the line. Fourth down coming up. They'll go for it. Here's Goff. He'll let this one go long for Williams. And the Saints are going to get it back here just past the 35.
It's not often, Mike, that everything breaks right for this type of return off of an interception. But, boy, is it beautiful when it does. I mean, look at the defenders just flip around and become blockers, trying to spring their guy to the house. Great athleticism, some great moves on his part. I mean, he's going to have some of his offensive teammates looking over their shoulder for their position.
On the ground for the first time, this is Alvin Kamara. Finding room across midfield. Oh, what a run. Down inside the 30-yard line.
I think this is something that we can expect to see here, especially early, Mike, as this team gets into a rhythm. They want to lean on this run game. They feel like they have a lot of advantages over this defense, and you can see from the first play here why they feel that way.
So that'll do it for a fast-moving first quarter of play. 0-0 is the score. And we are back to the Motor City in a moment. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Shaheed in motion. On 1st down, they'll stay with Kamara on the ground. And he'll push his way ahead for a gain of 2. Jack Campbell, the former first-round pick, there to wrap him up. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. In motion is Hill. They'll go again here with Kamara. He'll manage only about 3, so it will bring up 3rd down. Carr to throw. And this is going to be incomplete. That is great work there, making things difficult defensively. It'll set up a 4th down. Here comes Blake Grupe for this field goal try. This will be a 38-yard attempt. Grupe's kick is good. And the Saints will take a 3-0 lead.
And I think this is going to end up being considered a successful drive, Mike. I think obviously you would have loved to see them come down and convert and score a touchdown. But at the very least, they needed to come away with 3. They were able to do that and take a lead on that field goal.
They'll start this one on the ground with Gibbs. And he surges forward for a gain of about 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Patrick motioning here. It is caught left side by St. Brown. And he's going to be brought down up past the 45. Sending a receiver right. They fake the jet sweep and give it up the middle. And he'll get this one across midfield. Brought down after a pickup of a half dozen. Once again, it's Gibbs. And he will work this down inside the 40. That's going to be good enough to move the chains. 1st down. A run up the middle, it's Gibbs. And he'll get about 6 there, setting up 2nd down. They move Laporta, sending him in motion. A 2nd down throw for Goff. A dive and a catch. Incredible. The Lions called their first timeout, as the clock will stop with 45 seconds to go until halftime. 5 yards from the house. They've got it first and goal. They move Laporta, sending him in motion. To throw is Goff. And he'll take it on in. Amon-Ra, St. Brown. Touchdown, Detroit. Now Jake Bates on for the extra point. His kick is good. And the Lions move out to a 7-3 lead. Still a little time. Final minute of this first half. We'll see if they can do anything with this kickoff that is coming their way. And he will get cut down short, shy of the 20-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. Carr working out of the gun. Open man, that's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. From the shotgun, it's Carr. That pass caught right side, Valdez-Scantling. And now we'll get a late timeout coming in the waning moments of this second quarter. They'll look to pick this up 3rd and a yard. Now, Carr. And that is incomplete. One final chance does not work out. Time has expired. The first half has come to an end. Coach, thanks. This one's still anyone's game. We'll see who can come out with the hot hand in this second half. About to get started. Pretty interesting first half. We'll see if any strategy changes for the next 30 minutes or more as this second half gets underway. They'll come up 1st and 10 at the 40. This throw right side is caught by Hill.
Not every pass has to be thrown downfield. You can rely on the run after catch, especially a big body like this tight end. Get the ball in his hands early and let him pick up the rest after the catch.
It'll be a run out of the gun with Kamara. And he's going to have the first down, able to reach the ball forward and dive past the yellow line.
I think this second down call, Mike, they were hoping that at worst they had themselves set up for a 3rd down and short. But there's no need for 3rd down. He was able to get enough on 2nd, and they get a fresh set of downs.
Quick throw on the RPO, it's Hill. And they'll get about half of what they needed. It's a pickup of 5 and sets up 2nd and 5. In motion is Hill. Out of the gun, here's a give to Kamara. And he will keep the drive moving. Gets the first down. Nice gain of 5.
Second down at these distances, Mike, you pretty much anticipate a pass, and I think that's what the defense was lined up thinking. In this case, they leave a little too much room on the ground, and the offense is able to pick up a first down.
They're going to go right back to Kamara. And the D closes quickly. He stopped after a gain of a yard. The big lineman, Aleem McNeil, ends the play there. Here's 2nd and 9. That is incomplete.
They just rushed that decision just a little bit downfield. I mean, it's one thing to trust your guy to make a play in tight coverage, but I think if he was a little bit more patient in his progression, there was an easier throw out there that wouldn't make him have to throw such a tight window ball and put his receiver in a tight spot.
Carr from the gun on 3rd down. And that is hauled in on the right sideline. Right inside the chalk. A heck of a catch. A big play and a much-needed one as well. And even 30 yards. Now a chance to pay off that big play. They have it 1st and goal. In motion is Hill. Here's a run. He'll be wrapped up there down at the 3-yard line. A little closer. Here's 2nd and goal. In motion is Hill. Kamara going to try to bull his way in. And it'll be brought down as we tick towards the end of this 3rd quarter. So we'll take it to the other end as we are through 3. Back with more after the break. You're tuned in to the NFL on EA Sports. For the lead, here is 3rd and goal. They run out of the gun and tag on a reverse. And he's into the end zone for a touchdown. There is a marker down, but I think this score is going to hold up. Now this, an important extra point here to stretch this lead to a field goal. The kick is good. And the Saints are on top. It's now 10-7. So now playing with the lead after that 4th quarter touchdown. Time to kick it back the other way. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. They'll come up here. 1st and 10. On the ground to start. They give it to Gibbs. And he tries to get back to the line of scrimmage, but will not happen here. He's going to lose a yard. Patrick motioning here. On the handoff, this is Gibbs. And the defense there to meet him. They'll hold him to 2 and bring up 3rd down. Here's Goff. He connects with St. Brown. Remember, he had the touchdown catch the last time they had the football. Here, he's got a 1st down. They'll run with Gibbs. And he's brought down after a gain of a couple. 2nd down and 8. A run here with Gibbs. And he'll get close to the marker. A nice run, probably a yard short of that 1st down. Patrick motioning here. Here's Gibbs. And he'll be taken down as the clock ticks towards 2 minutes to play. And here we go, 4th and inches. They'll try to sneak it here. And he's going to have a Lions first down as they find a way to keep the chains moving on 4th down. Montgomery. And a good run there. Going to get him 5 yards. They'll come up now for 2nd down. They'll keep it on the ground. And a nice tackle in the open field limits the gain to only 1. Important moment here, 3rd down and 4. And he holds on to it here as he's out of bounds. That's a yard or 2 shy of the line of scrimmage. Therefore, that's a sack.
He's holding on to this ball for a while. He's trying to wait for someone to uncover, but eventually he just runs out of time, Mike, and that actually is going to go down as a sack, and it'll bring up 4th down.
They move Laporta, sending him in motion. Now or never, they'll throw on 4th down. That's going to be caught. And this is not going to do it. The defense comes through here in the final minute, and it may just be enough to get them a victory.
So you roll the dice on offense and you fail. But now you can't give up. Your defense has to go out there and get a stop. You have all 3 timeouts. You have time to get the ball back one more time on offense. So now your defense needs to answer the bell and give your offense one more shot.
And he'll work forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. On the give, this is Kamara. And he'll get this across midfield as he's brought down, following a pickup of 5. This crowd into it now as we get to 3rd down. Now a handoff. Oh, a wrinkle. Here comes a reverse. He's looking for room on the edge, but could not find any. They track him down behind the line, and it's 4th down. The Saints will punt this one away as they try to play the field position game here, protecting a 4th quarter lead. They will get away from that one, and they're going to have tremendous field position. This ball hits and goes out of bounds. So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. They'll drop to throw. Now a pass deep for St. Brown. That ball broken up. It is incomplete. They tried the shot on 1st down, couldn't connect. It'll bring up 2nd down.
In these critical moments of the game, Mike, you always turn to your best players, and that's exactly what they did here, and they just weren't able to connect. Give this defense a lot of credit. They knew when it was crunch time, where did this quarterback want to look, and they were ready, and they took him away.
First time they've looked his way all game long, but he comes through with the grab and a 1st down.
And now you really have to get into your full-speed 2-minute mode, Mike. After that conversion brings up a fresh set of downs, you've got to go, and you've got to go fast.
They'll go play action with Goff. A hit as he throws there. It's going to wind up incomplete. The pressure got to him that time, and it'll set up 2nd down.
A great pass rush is like a closer in baseball. When you bring them into the game, it's all but over. And that's exactly the case here. It doesn't result necessarily in a sack, but it was the hit that altered the throw just enough to end that play before it started.
They go sideline, and he stays in bounds. Got the feet down in time. It's a first down. 17 yards that time for number 17. Pressure time, no timeouts to stop the clock as they get set here for a big first down. On play action, Goff. And he just does get that one away. He was being chased down, forced the awkward throw, and maybe he's fortunate that all it is an incompletion.
For the most part, he's been very accurate with the ball. I mean, he's completing over 60% of his passes, but because they haven't been able to get any big explosive plays, continue to push the ball downfield, hasn't really translated on the scoreboard just yet. So the hope is when you call these underneath drag routes, you're trying to have your tight end come out the backside of the defense in space. So when you put the ball on him early, it leads to big yards after the catch. In this case, they don't get the real big play they were hoping for, but they'll definitely take it.
That's into the hands of the receiver, Patrick.
As the saying goes, Mike, you need your big-time players to make big-time plays, and the moment doesn't get bigger than this. Find yourself down. A touchdown gives you a chance to win this thing in regulation, and I think they got a shot.
So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. This is 1st and 10. Here we go. One final play. And that's going to be incomplete. The defense holds here in the final minute, and they're going to get out of here with a victory. So this one a win for the visiting Saints. Points were at a premium in this one, but they're able to eke out the victory in this low-scoring affair. And that'll do it for my partner, Greg Olson. For our entire team, I'm Mike Tirico. This has been a presentation of the NFL on EA Sports. With that, we say so long, everyone. EA Sports coverage of the National Football League brings us to the Crescent City of New Orleans and the Caesars Superdome, the home of the Saints. The veteran Brandon McManus ready to kick this one off. And off we go from the Superdome. He'll work his way across the 25-yard line. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Throwing at the start. Here's Carr. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And he is hit behind the line of scrimmage. The defense with a statement on the game's first play.
Just nowhere to go once he catches this ball. You see, he's doing everything in his power to make guys miss and break tackles. Think he ended up doing a little bit too much because he ends up going backwards.
Lost one on the last play, so now it's 2nd and 11. In motion is Hill. On the ground for the first time, this is Alvin Kamara.
Very positive returns on that run. I mean, really, the only thing not to like is that they weren't able to move the chains. But you know what? The way he ran there, I think they go right back to him and see if he has even a bigger carry in him.
Three plays in and a test. It's 3rd and 2. To throw is Carr. He's got the connection there to Valdez-Scantling. And he's going to have the first down. So they convert on 3rd down with a pickup of 9. In motion is Hill. Carr now to throw on 1st down. He'll get that one to Valdez-Scantling. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Yeah, there's not a lot to this route. Man coverage and you got a drag route. Give him a little something off the line and go. Win with speed. Good accurate ball on the front shoulder pad. Allows him to pick up the rest after the catch and leads to a big gain.
In motion is Hill. A give up the middle with Kamara. And he'll get this down inside the 40-yard line. That's a gain of 5 yards. Carr now on 2nd down. Here's a screen coming for Kamara. And that's going to be a 1st down. A pickup of 9.
One of the easiest ways to negate these really good pass rushes in the NFL, Mike, is just to simply get the ball out of the quarterback's hand as fast as possible. And sometimes it's by design, sometimes it's based on need. But really nice job there by the quarterback, getting into the hands of his receiver and then see what he can do after the catch.
And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be second down. Carr now. That's going to be pulled in by Kamara.
There's a lot of ways to get the ball in the hands of your running backs, and it's not always by just handing it to them. In this case, it's a simple check down, picks up a good gain, brings up third down.
Ninth play of this opening drive, trying to keep it going here on third down. In motion is Hill. So, not much to speak of in terms of scoring in that first quarter of play. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. More from New Orleans after this. Now a 3rd and 2. In motion is Hill. Carr. He'll look middle, and he's got his man complete.
Now they're entering the area of the field, especially with the amount of yards they've gained on this possession, Mike, where it feels like a touchdown is critical. For the defense, settling for a field goal here, especially with the ball where it is, feels like a win.
So they move inside the 20, 1st and 10 at the 18. Carr working out of the gun. Got his man at the 6. And the Saints are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as they try to finish off this drive with 6 points.
I love the way the ball's been moving around to different guys this drive, Mike. I mean, it really keeps the defense guessing and off balance. And now this defense is going to have to figure out how to keep this offense out of the end zone because it's 1st and goal.
This opening drive, it has been a work of art. Now, can they put the finishing touches on? It's 1st and goal. And he will score. Alvin Kamara. Touchdown, Saints. Blake Groupie comes on for the extra point. He's got it. The Saints will take a 7-0 lead. After the touchdown, it's Groupie to kick this one away. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Love to throw to get started. He finds Jaden Reed for the grab. He's close to a 1st down to gain a 9. Nice pitch and catch on 1st down.
The receiver thought he had a nice soft spot in that zone coverage, and he settles down to give a nice target to the quarterback. But the defense had eyes on him the entire time. Secure rally tackle prevents that from turning into a big play.
On second down, Love. Taking off.
I love this call, Mike. Second down and short. One of the best downs in football to take a shot. Give credit to the defense. They were ready for it. But a nice job by the quarterback, realizing there's nothing downfield. Take off, turn into a runner, pick up the first down.
Here we go. On first down, it's Love. That's to Reed. He's got it. And he's going to be taken down right at the 25-yard line. Two minutes remain. First half in a 7-0 game. We're back to New Orleans after this. Ready. On first and 10, here's Love. He's hit after the catch, and the ball comes free. And fortunately, this is going to get out of bounds. So no turnover, and it's actually going to wind up a first down.
Trust me, Mike, I've been there. You're this close to the goal line. You're thinking you're going to score, and it's going to be 6. You're fighting, you're clawing, but you can't lose the ball. Everything has to be about protecting the football. Your heart drops when that ball slips out of your hands, and in this case, kind of dodges a bullet as this one goes harmlessly out of bounds.
Down at the 12. It's first and 10.
Really nice job by the interior of this offensive line. It typically just takes one guy to distort the defense to give the back enough room to operate, and that's exactly what they did here, and it led to a big gain.
An enviable spot to operate from. Here's second and inches. From the gun, it's Love. That is caught by the tight end. Tucker Kraft. Touchdown, Green Bay.
And what a response by this offense. It's not easy taking the field, Mike, for the first time in the game, and you find yourself already down a score. They watch their opponent kind of march down the field and score on the opening possession, and they're able now to go out and square it on up. Allows you to take a deep breath, maybe get a little confidence for your defense to go out and get a stop, and they come away with this extra point. We got ourselves a tie ball game.
Brandon McManus now to add the extra point. They will not get this one off. It'll be a delay of game. So they'll try it again from 5 yards further back. Backed up because of the penalty, but no matter. The extra point is good. Each team one possession, each team a score. 7-7 as they kick it off. Shaheed now to return it. And he'll be taken down right at the 29-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. From the shotgun, it's Carr. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down. Carr. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing 3rd down. Here's Carr. He'll go right and find his running back.
Even though they gave up that last completion, Mike, that's a really good drive there for this defense. I mean, from the beginning, on those early downs, keeping them from staying ahead of the chains, put them in a tough 3rd down situation, and now it brings up 4th down, and looks like they're going to get off the field.
To return, it's Nixon. Oh, no fair catch, and he pays the price. Big shot to make sure this return didn't even get started. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10.
Here we go. Here we go.
Love. Here's a screen taken in by Jacobs. And he's going to be marked down up around the 33.
This is such a critical moment in the game, that middle 4 minutes, the final 2 minutes of the first half, and then the possession to come out of the halftime break. So maximizing this possession here before halftime is critical. See if you can get a drive starter. See if you can get an easy completion to kickstart a 2-minute mode, and that's what they got here. Now they got to see if they can go down and steal some points.
He'll be hit as he throws, and that one will wind up incomplete. Could not step into the throw that time. It'll bring up 2nd down.
They got there in a hurry, didn't they, Mike? I mean, luckily for him, he saw that free rusher coming, and at the very least was able to get that ball out to prevent the sack.
They'll try again here. 2nd and 10. Play clock has expired. They're not going to get this one off on time. Throwing on 2nd down, Love. That one pinballs around, but it is incomplete. Josh Jacobs was the intended receiver. 3rd down coming up. Out of of the shotgun. It's Love. This one intercepted. Picked off by Alontae Taylor. And he's going to give a short field to his offense here as they try to break the tie.
So the first part of any interception is just end up with the ball in your hands, right? That's what every defensive coordinator wants. But anytime you can get yards on the return, that's just an added bonus. And that's what we see here. There's a little space, does a great job securing the catch, and all of those yards just set up for better field position as their offense takes the field.
A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. In motion is Hill. On the ground, it's Kamara. Open space inside the 10. The speed on display. He's in. Alvin Kamara. Touchdown, New Orleans. His second TD of the game, and this one gives his team the lead. On comes Blake Grupe for the PAT. He knocks it through. And the Saints will move out to a 14-7 lead. They didn't leave much time on the clock to put together a drive here at the end of the first half. And the kickoff's coming their way. On the return, here's Jaden Reed. He's out of bounds, but problem there, he doesn't even get back to the 15-yard line. Love to throw on 1st and 10. There's a throw right side. Going to be incomplete. Christian Watson, the intended receiver. And it'll bring up 2nd down. Off the play fake. Here's Love. Going for it all. That's going to wind up incomplete. Not much time remaining. Time for one more snap here in this first half.
Pretty clear approach here, Mike. You're just trying to take advantage of the size of your tight end versus a smaller defender, and you're just saying box him out and go up for an offensive rebound and get the ball at its highest point. In this case, it falls incomplete, but if they continue to get that matchup, this quarterback's not going to shy away from giving his big tight end a shot.
And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play. So we have reached halftime with these two teams separated by a touchdown. As we'll send you over to Orlando. Jonathan Coachman standing by. He's got the EA Sports halftime report. Coach. First half played out a bit as we expected. We'll see if there's a surprise coming up. Both teams set to go, and the second half is underway. Play clock down to 0. That is not the way to start a drive. We'll go play action with Love. That's to the right side and incomplete.
The biggest issue and why they find themselves trailing in this game, Mike, has really just been the ups and downs of this passing game. At sometimes, he's highly accurate and efficient, but at others, he just misses too many easy throws. Question is, are they going to be able to overcome this quarterback inconsistency and pull this game out?
Work to do now as they come up on 2nd and long. Here's Love. That complete to Jacobs. And that'll go for a gain of 7. And it's going to set up 3rd down.
All right, so there's really 3 areas that a modern NFL running back has to excel at. Number 1, the traditional handoffs. Number 2, you have to be excellent and reliable in pass protection. And maybe bigger than all of them, you have to be at least serviceable out of the backfield in the passing game.
They need 8 as they come up for 3rd down. Love to throw. A pass taken in by Watson. A pickup there of 13. 1st down, Packers.
Every once in a while, it just comes down to you need somebody in the huddle to just make a play, and it wasn't a whole lot fancy here. The quarterback just dumps the ball down, a quick underneath completion, and then really it's the yards after catch that did the rest. And that's what it takes. You're not always going to have the perfect play. You're not always going to dial up the perfect play against the perfect look. Sometimes players need to make plays, and that was a good one there.
Now Jacobs. And he'll manage to get this ahead for a pickup of 5. They'll break the huddle. It's 2nd and 5. Throwing is Love. This one is caught by Luke Musgrave. And that's a 1st down. It will be a gain of 8.
Not a whole lot complicated about this play, Mike. That was understanding where the holes of the defense were. Remember, in this zone coverage, you got to find green grass. Get past the 1st down marker, be friendly to the quarterback, and then the ball has to be out on time before those zone defenders can react to the receiver. It's exactly how it played out here. You can drop all the fancy plays you want, but when the quarterback and the receiver see it through the same set of eyes, it's virtually impossible to stop.
1st and 10. Now Love. A throw on the move is caught. And he'll be taken down at the 25-yard line.
We've now seen this quarterback show that he can beat you from both inside and now outside of the pocket. The ability to use his legs to flush out and buy time for his receivers. They uncover downfield, leads to a big pickup.
Packers go ahead and use the first of their timeouts.
Ready up.
Love to throw it on first down. This one is caught by Reed. That's 13 more on that play. And quickly, another first down.
Seemed like the receiver, Mike, ran through like 5 different open zones, but once he found the one that he liked, where the quarterback was expecting him, you see him do a nice job throttling down, secures the catch, and he's able to pick up a nice gain.
Here's Love to throw. To the goal line and in. Jaden Reed. Touchdown, Packers.
Mike, we used to have a saying that it was the responsibility of the receiver to run the route through the eyes of the quarterback. And I think this is a great example here. 2 guys clearly on the same page. Quarterback expected his target to be in a certain place at a certain time. He's there, ball's delivered accurately. He's able to pick up the rest with his legs, and that's a big-time connection for the touchdown.
And the back judge throws the flag. He looks at the ball, looks at the clock. Clock says 0. That's a delay of game. McManus on for the point after. Backed up because of the penalty, but no matter. The extra point is good. So these 2 teams take the long walk to the opposite end of the stadium. We've come to the end of the 3rd quarter. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL on EA Sports. All even. 4th quarter, everything we've wanted. What's in store in the remaining time? The return team gonna let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. They'll come up here, 1st and 10. Carr working out of the gun. That's going to be pulled in by Kamara. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down.
Great example of first down efficiency. You don't always have to go for the big play, but put yourself in a friendly 2nd down. Now you have equal opportunity to both run and pass.
They'll come up now for 2nd down and 4. Quick throw on the RPO. It's Hill. And a good job rallying to the football. Holding just a gain of a yard and sets up 3rd down. They'll try and run for this with Kamara. Alvin Kamara. He's inside the 30. And he will score again. Kamara. Touchdown, Saints. That is his third touchdown of the afternoon. Greg, every touchdown counts the same, but the ones you get in the fourth quarter, they are the ones that feel a little more important.
Yeah, now the pressure shifts to your defense. Your offense was able to go out and get the lead here late. Does your defense have enough left in them to get one more stop?
So the lead is 7 now. Here in this fourth quarter, the tie has been broken. Let's see what happens on this kickoff. And no chance to return this one. Through the end zone for a touchback. On play action, Love. The throw on the run is complete. 18 yards and a great way to start the drive. It's a first down.
We spent so much time talking about these receivers. How fast do they run, Mike? How high do they jump? But so often, the guys that have the most success in the NFL, it's the mental part of the game. It allows them to create separation, find soft spots in the defense, attack defenders. It's exactly what he's able to do here, and really nice connection.
That is intercepted. Picked off by Willie Gay. And the Saints will take over possession here at the 44.
And at this point in the game, Mike, we all know one play can be the difference between winning and losing. And now after that poor throw, we'll see. Can they capitalize on this extra possession that they just stole?
On first down, they'll start out with Kamara. And not much there. He's back to the original line. No gain on that one.
We've seen this back have his way with this defense all game long, Mike. He's up over 100 yards for the game, but this time the defense said, we've had enough. They sold out to stop him. They hold him to no gain.
So 2 minutes left to play in the second half. Greg and I back on EA Sports after this. We'll try again. It's 2nd and 10. They'll go again here with Kamara. Trying to find some place to go, but nothing developing. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 1.
Well, now this brings up 3rd down, Mike, and a really tough call for this coach. Does he want to remain aggressive, put the ball in the air, and try to keep this offense on the field? Or can he be a little more conservative, not be afraid to punt the ball away, and hope his defense can finish this game out?
A tough spot here. 3rd and long. The outside, that's caught by Hill. And a good short tackle right there. It stops him a good distance short of the marker. It sets up 4th down.
We hear the term RPO so often, Mike, and it continues to kind of trickle its way into the NFL. But remember, it's a lot different in the NFL than it is in the college game where it's a lot more prevalent. The lineman cannot go downfield, so that quarterback has to make a lot of really fast snapshot decisions, or else it's going to lead to a penalty or him holding on to the ball too long. So it's something that teams want to implement, but maybe not quite to the level that we see in the college game.
Here's 1st and 10. They'll drop to throw. His throw on 1st down is going to be incomplete.
Just a little bit too much juice on that one, and you just can't throw the ball out of bounds. Give your receiver a chance to go up and compete for the ball, but when you miss that far wide, he's got no shot.
Here comes 2nd down. Off play action. He'll set up to throw. He's going to go deep. Looking for Reed. Oh, a lot of chances on that one. It was bouncing around, but it falls incomplete. Jaden Reed was the intended target. And now it's going to be 3rd down. From the gun, it's Love. That is incomplete. And here we go. They're down to what could be their final play. It's 4th down.
They desperately needed that one, Mike. Down here late, they've only got a few remaining snaps to go, and it puts all of the pressure of the game now on 4th down. Let's see what play call they have in a gotta-have-it situation. And right now, this quarterback needs to make his best throw in the biggest moment of the game.
Now or never, they'll throw on 4th down. He's got a man. It's Dobbs. And he's out of bounds, up beyond the 40-yard line. The drive stays alive. They got 23 yards on 4th down. Final minute, 1 timeout remaining, and it's 1st and 10. Now Love. And that could be the dagger. It's intercepted. Picked off by Alontae Taylor.
Look, Mike, the reality here is that he's just not seeing the field the way that he needs to. Now, give credit. A big part of this is the defense doing an excellent job disguising its coverages all game long. Just before the snap, when he thinks he has the answers, the secondary changes the questions, and they've been rewarded with 3 picks for their effort.
So they come to the line for 1st down and 10. One final kneel down here inside the 40-second mark. Should be enough to put this one on ice. So this one, a win for the Saints. And right away, you can point to the turnover battle. Always key. Tells the story so often. It did here again today. Their offense didn't turn it over at all. They finished on the plus side with the takeaways. As a result, they're going to come away with the victory. So that'll do it for us. For Greg Olson and our terrific team behind the scenes, I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. Follow us on X at EA Madden NFL. The Saints are winners, as we say so long from New Orleans. This is the NFL on EA Sports, and we join you from South Philly, close to 70,000 strong, packing Lincoln Financial Field, the home of the Eagles. It's Jake Elliott ready to get this one kicked off. And we're underway here in South Philly. Shaheed now to return it. And he'll be out of bounds just past the 25. Set to go now on 1st and 10. Throwing at the start. Here's Carr. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down.
I think the days where cornerbacks are either unwilling or unable to be involved in the run game, I think those days are over, Mike. I think when you look around the landscape of today's NFL, yes, you have to cover, but you also have to be able to come up and tackle.
First carry now for Alvin Kamara. He'll turn this into a gain of about 4. It's going to lead to 3rd down. The shotgun. It's Carr. And that is incomplete.
Remember what they told us, Mike, leading up to this game. They said it is so critical for us to find success, especially on 3rd down. We want to maintain possession, extend these drives. Well, the first crack comes up and they fail through the air, and we're going to have to regroup and be able to have better success throughout the remainder of this game.
What a call on this opening drive. They're going to go for it on 4th down. That's taken in. And he will have that 1st down. Taking a chance here early in the game, but they convert on 4th down.
A little bit of a risky decision for some, Mike, but frankly, I really like it. I think the days of being aggressive on 4th down, even on your side of the field, are here to stay. And while some people say this is over-aggressive, in this case, the aggressiveness paid off, and they're going to keep this drive alive.
Right back to Hill. He's got it again. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Now, this is the epitome of a really short throw and a really nice run after catch. And listen, for a quarterback, it all counts the same. You don't always have to throw the ball downfield to generate explosive plays, and these drag routes can be very, very effective.
On 1st and 10, Carr. That one into the hands of Hill. And they're going to get this all the way down inside the 5.
Well, they've come out swinging here on this opening drive through the air, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. Generate some early chunk plays and try to get some points.
Great chance to make an early statement here on the road. It is 1st and goal. Now a give, but here comes the reverse. This defense back up, but stepping up. No gain on the play. It stays at the 3.
They get away from their running back down here near the goal line, Mike. They change it up. They give the ball to their wide receiver. He gets stuffed. Not a lot of space to operate down here.
That's to the end zone, but it's incomplete.
They let a golden opportunity slip away on that one. That's the matchup that they wanted. They just couldn't quite capitalize on it.
This defense holding tight Now from the 3-yard line, they'll try to stop 3rd and goal. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. Third and goal. They'll try and run. Here's Kamara. And he will take this one across into the end zone. Alvin Kamara. Touchdown, New Orleans. A terrific way to start this one. Not only a touchdown, but a nice long march down the field. Makes it a long walk back to the bench for the defense.
Mike, that's about as good as you can imagine starting a game offensively. To be able to sustain that many plays and be able to cap it off with a touchdown, that is a dream start for this offense.
Seven 0 is our score as this kick is sent into the air. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. On the ground, here is the rookie out of Clemson. And this play's going nowhere. Taken down behind the line. A great way for this defense to get on the field and get started.
Well, they try to get the run game started here early on this drive, Mike, and they're just going to have to do a better job up front. There's really nowhere for this ball carrier to go. You never want to lose yards on first.
Second and 11. First carry for Saquon Barkley. And this will be a short pickup to about the 30. Ryan Brzee there for the tackle. It is 3rd and 10. From the gun is Pickett. There's the tight end, Grant Calcaterra. And he'll be stopped short of a first down, and that will necessitate a call to the punt team. It's 4th down.
That's just one of those drives that was out of whack from the start, Mike. They just couldn't get anything going on the early downs, and they'll most likely punt the ball away and hope that their defense can do the same thing and get them the ball back.
They'll go. It's Pickett. This one incomplete. The defense up to the challenge there. They force the incompletion, and they'll take the ball over on downs.
You know, Mike, you could almost just look down in the huddle, and the players are looking at the sideline like, Coach, isn't the punt team going to come out? And the coach was having none of it. He says, no, you're staying on the field. We're being aggressive all day long, and we're going to go pick up this first down.
And he might have waited just a bit too long there as he throws it incomplete. Looking to set up the screen, but the defense wouldn't give him the time.
He decides to go with this safe throw and throws it well short of the sticks. And at this level, Mike, you just can't miss layups like that.
Now, a second down throw from Carr. And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. That was a good idea. Didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up 3rd down.
Nice example there, Mike, of the quarterback just being smart with the ball, understanding it didn't quite develop the way he had intended. Throw that ball out of harm's way, live to play another down.
On 3rd down, here's a run by Kamara. Here's Blake Groupie for the Saints, a field goal try. This will be a 48-yard attempt. And that one not going to get there, and it's wide to the left as well. It's no good. And this is going to remain a one-possession game. Now a 1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. They put Wilson in motion. On 1st down, Pickett. 2 minutes remaining. First half in a 7-0 game. We'll come back to Philadelphia right after this. They'll go play action with Pickett. He'll get rid of it and complete it. First time these two have connected this afternoon, and it'll wind up being a 1st down.
I hope we all appreciate just how difficult it is to throw the ball that well while on the run. And the way they teach it, Mike, is kind of cool. They actually teach the quarterback to disconnect your upper body from your lower body. Just keep your feet moving, and however your arm times up, just let it rip. And he does it about as well as you can ask.
Give him 10 more on that one. Just enough for another 1st down.
This may look like a simple connection, Mike, just pitch and catch, but I can promise you the amount of time these two guys have spent together on the practice field, in the meeting rooms, just getting on the same page, seeing the game through the same set of eyes, it makes what's pretty difficult seem a lot easier.
And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line.
The trend around the league, Mike, is that we've seen that running back has really turned into a young man's game. And there's something to be said for having some fresh legs, fresh out of college. They love the dynamic ability this guy brings to their rushing attack, and it's clear why.
He's taken down just shy of the 10. They can still get a 1st down at the 1. 1st and 10, they go from the 11. And that'll be good for about a half dozen. It'll set up 2nd down. So the Eagles will use their first timeout here as they get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining here in half number 1. A 2nd down throw for Pickett. He's got his man, middle of the end zone. Johnny Wilson. Touchdown, Eagles. They always say, Greg, that's a dangerous throw to make, but they execute it for the touchdown.
This is one of those plays, Mike, where it's like, no, yes, right? It's the ball comes out of his hand, and everybody on the sidelines holding their breath. That is the cardinal rule. Never throw the ball back across the middle of the field, but sometimes you get away with it. In this case, results in a touchdown.
From the shotgun, here's Pickett. That's going to be caught in the end zone, and they take the lead by 1.
Mike, I think all of us can remember exactly where we were during a certain Super Bowl where throwing the ball this close to the goal line ended up being a disaster. But unlike that time, they ran this pass play to perfection, and the result, 2 points.
Shaheed now to return it. He'll get this past the 20 before he's brought down shy of the 25-yard line. They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. Now Carr. He'll look middle here. It's caught by Hill. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line.
This is what every offense looks to do, Mike. They want to attack the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. And oftentimes, that's where the chunk plays come. Give it to your receiver on the move and let them do the rest.
Carr now to throw on first down. Open man, that's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And they bring him down, but not until he crosses midfield. Second down, Carr. To the left side, in the hands of Hill. Already closing in on 100 yards receiving in the first half. That one picks up a first down.
Well, we'll give a little credit here defensively. Even though they allow the first down, we've seen defenses really struggle bringing this big tight end to the ground, and they didn't allow him to pick up a bunch of yards after contact, but he was able to get just enough to pick up the first down.
On first down, Carr. This to the right side, but it's going to wind up incomplete.
Well defended there. The quarterback's trying to attack this defense outside the numbers. Those really wide angle throws near the sideline sometimes can be very hard to defend, so give a lot of credit to this secondary. They were all on the same page, and the ball falls incomplete.
That's going to be pulled in by Kamara. And he's going to be taken down as time runs out on this first half of play. So we've reached halftime here in South Philly, and the Eagles are on top. As we get you down to Florida, Orlando specifically, for the coaches, Jonathan Coachman has our EA Sports halftime report. This one is fielded in the end zone, but he decides not to bring it out. So they'll take over at the 30-yard line. Here's 1st and 10. Pickett to throw. Throw left side, but that's going to be incomplete. He was looking for A.J. Brown that time, and it'll lead to a second down.
You know, there's a fine line between trusting your arm and having a little bit too much faith in your arm, right? I think this was one of those situations here, Mike, where there was nowhere to go with the ball. He tries to fit that.
Pressure gets there, and down he goes. That's Carl Granderson in there to record the sack.
Defense came out in a soft zone, and I think it caught the quarterback a little off guard. He was trying to attack them downfield. By the time he was able to get through his progression to his check down, he ran out of time, and that's all the pass rush needed to get into the backfield and bring him down.
Work to do following the sack. It is 3rd and long. Here's Pickett. He's going to air this one out. Oh, the defender able to get his head around and intercepted. Picked off by Paulson Adebo.
So we saw in the first half, Mike, they were willing to take some risks. It allowed them to build this halftime lead. Now the opposing sideline, they're looking to fight back. They're looking to cut that lead down. That's what that coverage seemed. It looked like they baited that quarterback to force that errant throw and lead to that turnover. Now it's their offense coming back on the field with a chance to cut this deficit.
In motion is Hill. To the left side and pulled in. Valdez-Scantling. And he's brought down after a gain of 6 on first down. They'll work now on 2nd and 4. In motion is Hill. They'll work the middle here with Kamara. He'll take this down inside the 30. Keely Ringo comes up from the secondary to make the play. They'll look to pick this up, 3rd and a yard. They're going to go right back to Kamara. He's got nowhere to go. The defensive front controlling the line of scrimmage there. That's going to bring up 4th down. They'll run for it. It's Kamara. And he's not going to get there. The defense was ready for it, and they stuff him on 4th down.
And the running back just has nowhere to go. There is no crease. There is no seam. You got to give credit. That defensive line overwhelmed the offensive line, and that went a long way to forcing that 4th down stop.
On the ground, it's Barkley to start the drive. And he'll take this forward for about 3. It's 2nd down. They'll give it here to Shipley. And he's going to get this one out to the 43-yard line.
Well, after not having much success in the first half, they're able to get something going on the ground here to start the 3rd quarter. I'd love to see the play caller mix in some play action, mix in some pass game. That should open up some of these holes for better situations to run the ball.
Pickett to throw on 1st down. That's caught by Smith on the right side. And no chance to turn and go. That one good for just a couple. So, points. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. They're trying to burn some clock here as they keep it on the ground. And you'll get them 5 yards closer, but now 3rd down coming up. Another carry here for Shipley. And that call will not get it done. The defense ready, stopping him behind the line of scrimmage, and it sets up 4th down.
The offense had a decision to make. Was it more important to keep the clock rolling or maintain possession? They take a little bit of a conservative approach there, keeping the ball on the ground. Now brings up 4th down.
On 4th down, Pickett. He's got his man complete to Wilson. And he's going to have the Eagles' 1st down. Well-designed play to pick up 16 and move the chains.
I like a little bit of this risk-taking. When you found yourself with the lead in the 4th quarter, conservative wisdom says, just punt it away and let your defense win this game for you. But now after going for it on 4th down and extending the drive, they can continue to work this clock. And even if they do have to give the ball back to their opponent, they're going to get the ball back with a lot less time. So I really like that decision. 4th quarter, you find yourself protecting a 1-possession lead. It's a fine line, Mike, between do I keep the ball on the ground, continue to work the clock, or stay aggressive, try to extend this lead to a multiple possession game. That's the balance this play caller is dealing with right now.
Here's the former Memphis Tiger, Kenneth Gainwell. A modest gain, maybe 2 yards. It's second down. On the ground, this is Shipley. And he'll get this close to a first down. Gets about 7, maybe a yard short of the first down. Third and a yard. They'll go with the sneak. And it looks like he's going to have that first down. He will, not by a whole lot, but he's got it enough. They convert on third down.
When done correctly, Mike, this is just such a high percentage call. It's kind of hard to choose another play off your call sheet. It's impossible to defend. You can know it's coming, stack the box, whatever you want to do. But most of the time, they'll just drive forward and pick up the first down.
On the move at the 14-yard line, it's 1st and 10. They run out of the gun and tag on a reverse. And nothing doing on that one. He'll go down behind the line.
At this stage in the fourth quarter, great job by the defense understanding exactly what the offense is trying to do. They're trying to bleed the clock, shorten the game. They completely sold out to stop the run, able to take them down for a loss.
After the loss of 3, it is 2nd and 13. On the handoff, it's Shipley. And the defense all over this one. They knock him down. It'll go down as a loss of 2.
Great job by that linebacker timing his blitz. He didn't give any indication to the offense that he was coming, and he's able to get through that hole and take the ball carrier down for a loss.
On third down, they'll go with Shipley. And the Eagles are going to be set up with 1st and goal.
EA Sports coverage of the National Football League takes us to the banks of the Ohio River and Paycor Stadium in the Queen City of Cincinnati. Just about set for football. Blake Groupie is ready to get us started.
And we are underway from Cincinnati.
And not much happening on the return as he'll get this to about the 23. Right to the air is Burrow.
And he takes a shot on the release as this will be incomplete.
We'll have to see what kind of looks this defense is going to throw at him as this game moves along, but they're in a zone to start. I do think we'll see plenty of man coverage as we move along, but the first throw of this one, incomplete.
Here's Burrow setting up to throw it. And his throw's going to be incomplete.
Tough series for the passing game. Things just aren't clicking. Hoping they can come through on this play and get this series back on track with a completion for enough yardage for a first down.
Here we go. 11 MP.
They go play action with Burrow.
Oh, that's into double coverage and intercepted.
And he's able to get it.
It's a building that's meant so much to the city of New Orleans and all of its residents over the years. And our coverage of the NFL has brought us to it, Caesars Superdome. Blake Groupie out and ready to send this away. And here we go from New Orleans. Valus Jones now on the return. And the return sets them up just beyond their own 20. All right, let's get this show on the road. It is 1st and 10. A carry by Brooks to start the drive. And he's brought down for a loss. Working quickly here. Second and 12 behind the sticks. Catch made over the middle. And a nice gain here, but it stopped short of the first. Offense up to the line fast. Willing to throw here on third. On the move, headed right. Defender arrives right as the ball does, and the hit knocks it free. Incomplete. Well, no luck on his first look of the game. So it's going to be 4th and short. Seeing some early game planning at work here, Brock. They were quick to attack that throw and break it up.
Yeah, this defense knows the importance this offense places on throwing the ball to their tight ends, and they were ready for it and all over it.
3rd down pass didn't work, but the offense staying out there on 4th. They're going for it, Young. And oh, someone stepped in. It's intercepted. And he makes the Huffs go. It's a touchdown on the pick 6. Blake Groupie to try the extra point. Extra point sent right down the middle. And the Saints will jump out to a 7-0 lead. Well, Brock, hopefully some short memories on offense as they get it right back here on the kickoff after that pick 6. No return as this bounces into the end zone. The ball's coming out to the 20. They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10. Young back to it after the pick. Forced out to his right. He's going to keep it this time. The pass is incomplete, but hold on here. We've got a flag on the field. Here's the call. So the offense was right to be walking backwards. The flag does go against them. Back to the line they go. It's 2nd down. Out of the gun, Young. Has some daylight through the 40. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. It goes as a pickup of 37 yards. And that'll be good for a Carolina first. One play in, and this drive is already into enemy territory. To the air on 1st down, Young. Throw is there for Jatavion Sanders. And they can't chop to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down. How about 29 yards on that play, partner, as they get the chains reset?
You know, Kate, years ago, my old high school receiver and I got together for a football camp. I could still close my eyes and throw him that slant. We've done it millions of times. You get a QB receiver connection like that, it's dynamite.
On 1st down, here comes Brooks. And he works this to the 15 before they make the stop. It's a 4-yard pickup, and that's going to bring up 2nd and 6.
You know, this is an offense that will emphasize the ground game at different points of each and every contest. And as long as they can reliably get gains like this, it's not going to change anytime soon.
Second and 6 coming up here. Shotgun snap now to Young. It's another first half mistake. He's intercepted again. And the Saints get it back as he intercepts him for the 2nd time this game. Well, Brock, they get an early opportunity here inside the red zone, but nothing comes of it after that interception.
Yeah, no question, Kate. You expect that this won't be the last chance or the last time they get in the red zone. This will, or at least should, be the last chance that it ends in a pick. They're going to take that Microsoft Surface tablet. Everybody is. They're going to pull that play up, and most importantly, they're going to try to identify what happened so it doesn't happen again.
And the drive will start out with a 1st and 10. Carr gonna open with a pass here. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Give him 32 on that play. And the Saints are gonna have a 1st down. Tight end going in motion here. This is Alvin Kamara with it. And he's brought down after a nice gain and a 1st down. So that's 1 quarter gone in a battle of NFC South rivals. Neither side separating much so far. Back to the Superdome of Caesar in just a bit. We're back for the 2nd quarter. Saints in possession of the football. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. And he'll have a small 4-yard chunk there. That was Jordan Fuller getting there for the tackle.
You know, that's a good run right there to keep the offense on schedule. If he can average that type of yards per carry, this guy's going to be more than all right with letting him lead the show.
2nd and 6 coming up here. Got his target. It's Hill. We'll have him gain about a handful there. Jack Thompson finishing that play off.
Quarterbacks will look for their tight ends short in just about any situation. They take away the deeper options. Well, there's their consistent source of positive yardage, the trusty tight end.
It's Kamara on 3rd down. And he's stopped at the 31-yard line. Pick up a 5 on that play. And that's good for a New Orleans 1st down.
Win the early battle. Get a little leverage. Low man wins off the line, and that's all that was needed to ensure that 1st down right there.
First down, and they go right back to it. And he's into the front for a gain of about 2.
Hey, we know running the ball in the NFL is hard, and that play pretty indicative of it. Here's the key, though. At the end of the game, those type of plays got to be in the minority, and the majority have got to do some damage.
So we're at the 2-minute warning here from the Superdome. The Saints with a chance to boost their lead. 8 yards to go. Let's see how they approach this 2nd down. They stay on the ground with Kamara. And they've got him behind the line for a big loss.
I talked to a bunch of different GMs, Kate, especially around draft time, and they all say the same thing. Linebackers are so hard to find. It's hard to transition from the college game that's in so much space to this game where you've got to play in a phone booth, yet have that explosiveness to chase a play on the outside down like that linebacker just did.
Carr throwing on 3rd. On target to Valdez-Scantling. And it's good yardage, but they tackle him short of the sticks.
You can earn your money in the NFL in all sorts of different ways, but defensively, in a league where you're just not hitting as much in training camp, you're not tackling as much as they got to in the old days, when you can make a play in the open field, keep them short like that, I promise you some money will follow.
Mickey-Tomney's kick is good. And that will add to their score.
That's the type of long, sustained drive that takes some of the starch out of your opponent. The only negative is that the kicking team was out there for a field goal and not an extra point. But they do come away with 3.
Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. On the return, here's Jones. And he'll be out of bounds at the 22-yard line on the return. Offense ready to begin this drive. 1st and 10. Interception last drive doesn't deter them. They're going right back to the air. They connect on the deep shot. And they catch up to him, but not until he's got a huge gain and a 1st down.
Just about every offense since the beginning of time, since the forward pass, Kate, has loved a tight end that could stretch the middle of the field. Man, I remember as a kid watching Kellen Winslow Sr. dice up right here between the hashes. And what a difference it can make for an offense.
Young on 1st and 10. That one is incomplete. Couldn't hang on through the contact.
See the pass, time up your hit, and jar that ball loose. Not a lot of players are hanging on to a well-placed hit like that one.
The Saints calling for a timeout. They're first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime. So after the incompletion, here comes the 2nd down call. Young working from the gun. He's got a man left. And he has it down to the 30 before going out. They come through with a nice gain there. Gain of 10, 1st down.
I'm sure, Coach, the play caller doesn't mind making the job a little bit easier. You know, play calling's a lot simpler and easier when you count on the offense to move the chains on those early downs.
Sticking to the air, it's Young. Finds him over the middle. That's an 11-yard pickup, and it gives them the 1st down.
Kate, when Bill Walsh was implementing the drag route with the 49ers in the 80s, it sounded the same way as it did with Mike Holmgren and me with the Seahawks in the 2000s. Versus man on a drag route, run away. You see zone coverage, settle down, give your quarterback his numbers, and you can find a completion just like that.
The drive picks up here, 1st and 10. Running back sent in motion. That's complete to the sideline. Not a ton of room, but he does get the feet down.
Well, that's a pretty similar result to a 1st down run play. Moves it forward, keeps you on schedule, and makes 2nd and 3rd down a whole lot easier to manage.
Second and 6 coming up here. He'll throw it yet again. He finds Sanders. And he's going to be just inside the 10 before he goes out.
Sometimes when you're just looking to move it forward, get some small yards on the throw, quarterback's best friend, security blanket. And when it's a big old tight end, that's an extra bonus.
3rd down, 1 yard to go. Now Young. That is incomplete. Down to 13 seconds left. Ball and defender arrived at the exact same time there. And now they're left with 4th and short. Targets have far less room to work in this red zone, Brock. But down this close as a former quarterback, I'm just going to assume you got to feel like he should have been able to hold on through whatever.
Yeah, and every once in a while you get in that huddle and you remind them, now listen, guys, it's going to be contested. We know this. It's a physical game, all 100 yards up and into the red zone and end zone. But when you get down here, you've got to come up with contested catches, and he couldn't.
He finds him beyond the marker. Touchdown, Carolina. Great opportunity to find a touchdown there, Brock, and they come through with 6.
Receivers want the ball everywhere on the football field. But you start smelling the end zone, They really want their chance, and they will tell you as a quarterback, just give me an opportunity and I'll make a play, and he sure did.
Eddie Pinheiro on now for the extra point. And it's a miss. The kick is no good, so this game stays at a 4-point differential. Now probably still mentally kicking himself after that missed point after. He can take a little frustration out here as he kicks this away. And the kickoff is into and then out of the end zone. Touchback. This drive starting from the 30. They've got 1st and 10, Brock, but time for maybe 2 plays at most if they even want to try anything. Just before halftime, we get a timeout. Take it. They've got 1st and 10, Brock, but time for maybe 2 plays at most if they even want to try anything. Back to throw it. He's throwing deep to the left side. Big gain downfield.
The analytics are pretty clear. It's hard to move the ball in this league with short little dinks and dunks. You've got to get the explosive chunk. You've got to get the big play. And that throw to the outside, that gets the job done.
Just before halftime, we get a timeout. Take it. All right, this is going to be the play that takes us to halftime. Straight ahead, here's Miller. And he stopped on a nice gain on what is the final play of this first half. So we're through 2 quarters now, still a half of football to be played. We'll be back with more of the NFL on EA Sports. Back from the break, I'm Kate Scott, joined by Brock Heward, and we are just moments away from the beginning of our second half. Now Pinheiro on to handle the kickoff. To return this, Rashid Shaheed. And this return gets to the 30 before he stopped. They're out and set, 1st and 10. They're going to start on the ground with Kamara. And he drives that front backward on a gain of 4.
You know, these are the kind of runs, Kate, that a balanced game plan and a balanced offense is built on. It gets you good yardage, it sets up your play action, and it keeps that defense honest.
Carr here from the gun. Buys time, rolling right. He can run it. And he's going to get this up close to the 40 before going out.
Well, you don't get the first down, but I'll tell you this, Kate, that drives the defense and the defensive coordinator nuts. They do everything right. They win, and yet still QB makes something out of nothing.
3rd and a lone yard coming up. Kamara running out of the gun. And he's tackled with markers down. This one should be on the defense. And no surprise here, they declined the flag because the play got a first down, so they're going to happily let it stand. Ball on the 45, 1st and 10. They motion the tight end over. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop him. And the big play drives them backwards. 2nd down coming up.
That sure ended up being worst-case scenario. Pass rush just kept coming and bearing down, and he was looking for an escape that wasn't there. It's just one of those plays in hindsight, Kate, where you really got to understand, I got to cut bait, cut my losses, and avoid such a negative play.
Another try following the sack. Escapes the pocket. And he doesn't see a window he likes, so he just got rid of that one. And it brings up 3rd down.
You hear so many programs all around the league talk about it's all about the ball. It's all about the ball. Well, discretion, the better part of valor in a lot of cases. And right there, he understood it's all about the ball, and I'm not going to risk a turnover, wisely throwing it away.
Last pass unsuccessful, and they have 3rd down here. Carr setting to throw. He has the first over the middle. And they finally bring him down, but that is a big gain and a new set of downs. Wow, they get a big old 32 yards out of that play, as well as a new set of downs.
I think my favorite part was the magic he worked after the catch. The way he took the completion and made so much more out of it by adding all the extra yardage.
Throwing on 1st down, it's Carr. He'll dump this one off to his running back, complete. And he's going to be brought down at the 23-yard line. They come through with a nice gain of 10 and a 1st down.
Year after year, the best offenses are multifaceted. It's not just the receivers or the tight ends that can make plays through the air. When you get running backs that can attack the middle of the field like that, man, is it difficult on a defense.
Kamara now on 1st and 10. And he's got it down into the red zone at the 16. It's a solid 70-yard pickup on 1st down. Now they're going to have 2nd and 3.
That is just a good, solid run right there. I know, that's pretty basic commentary, but sometimes football can be basic. It keeps you on schedule, that kind of yards per carry, and you move the sticks.
Taken in by Hill, right side. And he'll go down here at the 16. Well, the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless 3rd quarter for us. The Saints have it with a lead. Not a big one, though, trying to carry it through. Short yardage situation here. It's 3rd and 2. He'll throw it. He had it for a moment, but a great defensive play to jar it loose. Incomplete. It arrived as the ball did to break things up. And it's 4th and short. We'll see if they go for it. When we look back at this one, Brock, it is going to be defensive highlight after defensive highlight. And there again, the examples, they just keep coming.
The physical play has been the trademark, really, from the first snap through this second half. There have not been many just uncontested, clean, efficient plays. Every effort's been answered, and that's why that scoreboard's not been lit up.
Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And they're going to grow their lead late, but still a one-score ball game.
Kate, it's 3 more on the scoreboard, but both sides really know it's all about one possession here in the 4th quarter when it really matters.
And he opts not to bring this one out, so they're going to enjoy some good starting field position from the 30. Drive starts out with a 1st and 10. On the ground, Chuba Hubbard gets it. And the defense is all over this one for a big loss.
I know from the position of the quarterback, Kate, sometimes you hand that ball, you put it in the belly of the running back, and you send him right into the teeth of a buzzsaw. You can feel it from the jump, and that call from the defense, well, it came at the perfect time.
Everyone's prepped. It's second down now. Out of the gun, Young. Has him on the quick hitter. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
The goal of that little drag route is to get him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. That picked up a good chunk, and it was nearly a big play.
Let's see what they draw up on a 3rd and 7. Looking to throw. Chased out to his right. He'll make a big play on the ground. And he'll get taken down after advancing this to the 37.
You know, Kate, they always say that QB clock, you know what it's more like? It's more like an alarm, especially in a situation like that. And it's a good thing you woke up to it, able to make something out of nothing and at least keep it moving forward.
Here he goes. Got to have this on 4th down. Throw caught by his running back. And he'll get it up near the 38-yard line before going down. Well, as soon as you see that pirate ship in the north end zone, you know exactly where we are. It's the home of the Buccaneers, Raymond James Stadium in Tampa Bay. Ball is teed up. Chase McLaughlin to do the honors. And we're off from Tampa. And this will be a touchback, so we're going to need our first snap to see the first action of this game. So their offense out now to get this game started. It's 1st and 10. Carr going to open with a pass here. Catch made by Alvin Kamara. And he's short of the first after a mild gain.
Every once in a while, it's fine to be conservative on first down, especially when you get enough to stay on schedule and get a little something coming out of it, too.
They give on second to Kamara. And he's caught after a gain of about 2. Hauled down by Christian Izien. He gets a couple, and it'll bring up 3rd down. From the shotgun, Carr. Pocket isn't holding up. They're able to drop it. And the defense comes through. That's going to back them up and bring up 4th down.
Every defense in this league is going to sign up for a 3-and-out to begin a ball game. But to send them off the field, to really add that extra tone setter by backing them up with a sack, well, that's the cherry on top of that 3-and-out.
Punt team is on now, and they get this away. Ooh, and he's out of bounds before he can break it upfield. Nice kick there. It's a punt of 53 yards. And the Buccaneers will get set to go on offense. First down now, ball at the 39-yard line. They give to Irving, left side. And this is a nice gain that stopped at the 47. Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Right back to Irving now. And he's officially into enemy territory now. They're going to give him the opposing 49. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. First and 10. Here's Mayfield. Grabbed by Chris Godwin. And he's brought down right in the neighborhood of that 40-yard line. Offense in the hurry-up here. Baker now from the gun. That's caught. It's Cade Otton. And he's brought down at about that 27-yard line. Working quickly here. So that's one quarter gone in a battle of NFC South rivals. Couple of zeros on the board right now. More from Raymond James Stadium coming up after the break. Back for the start of quarter number 2. It's Buccaneers football as we begin. They're looking at yet another 1st and 10 on this drive. Running left, this is Irving. And it's a nice little chunk here, 6 yards. Really Gay there on the tackle. Offense up to the line fast. Once again, Irving. And he's caught behind the line for a loss.
Let's go, boys, let's go.
Moving quickly, trying to get set again. Running right, it's Irving. That's good for 7 yards. And that's good for a Buccaneer 1st down. A dose of the hurry-up offense here. Going to the ground again on 1st. And he found a little room to turn it into a nice gain down to the 6. A 9-yard rip on the ground there, and we've reached the 2-minute warning.
That's what I call a rhythm starter right there. Man, offenses love execution and plays like that on 1st down, Kate, because now that playbook is wide open. All options on the table for 2nd down.
Nice spot here for the offense. It's 2nd and 1. Here's the give to Irving. And he'll get them enough for a 1st down.
Ooh, I like that. I really like that execution to move the chains. Now that 3rd down call that they had ready, well, they could stick it right back in their pocket for a later occasion.
They'll break the huddle and come up on 1st and goal.
Point it right.
Irving. And they make a stop at the last minute. It's a gain down to the 1. Give them 4 on that play. So now they've got 2nd and goal.
You know, Kay, one of the reasons it's so hard to run the ball in the NFL is to move grown men off their spot against their will. You get a run play like that, you've done your job. You've moved them against their will, and you've set yourself up for some later success.
Now it's 2nd and goal from the 1. Gonna keep this one and go. And he runs it across. Touchdown! The Buccaneers get some late points and the lead. Baker Mayfield the touchdown on a quarterback sneak to the end zone. It's tried and true in 32 playbooks across the NFL for a reason, Brock. Even when teams see this one coming, just so tough to stop a quarterback sneak.
It feels like a win in today's football is just to stall them at the line on that play. So many groups are so effective with the QB sneak, but that time the timing of the call, I think, was most important that led to the score.
He's throwing for it. It's cut for 2, and that's going to be an 8-0 lead. McLaughlin has it on the tee, and he's ready to send this flying. His return starts at the 5. He's got a lane up past the 30. And he's going to be out of bounds with some outstanding field position right at midfield.
Hey, listen, I get it. I'm as guilty as anyone. So hyper-focused on offense and defense, often forgetting it's special teams in a play like that can swing a game. What a great return now to start out on a short field. And you've got to believe all this offense is thinking is let's capitalize and find that end zone.
The Saints enjoying some good field position to start this drive off. 1st and 10 coming up. Looking to throw, Carr. And he'll be touched down after a big play. The Saints calling for a timeout. They're first. They'll have 2 left to work with before halftime.
You know, Kate, you'll find teams go to this crossing route concept sometimes a dozen times a game. And a lot of times it's for shorter yardage, but sometimes things break in the right coverage for a much bigger impact play, just like that.
All set up now for 1st and 10. They send Valdez-Scantling in motion right. Carr now on 1st and 10. This one's taken in by Hill. And he's going to go out of bounds just short of that red zone.
The goal of running that drag route is to get it to him for at least a minimal gain with space to add after that. They picked up a good chunk, and there was nearly room to add even more.
2nd and 3 now. Throwing his Carr. And there's a man there. It's intercepted. The rookie from Georgia has it. And the Buccaneers make the defensive stand and come through with a turnover in the final moments of the half.
A lot of defenders got some offense in their background, and it's been my life experience that they'll tell you about it. And right there, he put it on display. He brought in the pick and instantly became a runner, searching for the open field to add a little something-something to the return.
First and 10 now with all of 15 seconds left to utilize in this half. They send a man in motion.
Hey, alert 33. King. Watch out.
First down, here's Baker. Flush down now to his left. And he's up to the 35-yard line as they reel him in. Just before halftime, we get a timeout taken.
You know, these are the type of plays that really get an offense going. This is a chance for QB to inspire the guys around him. Calling his own number, carrying his teammates to a first down on that big run. That inflates an offense, and it can suck the wind out of that defense.
Hey, alert 33. Regular.
He's back to throw. Catch made by Bucky Irving.
I know the Combine tries to test everything it possibly can physically, but I don't know how you test courage at the Combine because there's nobody defending you. Nobody wants to hit you. But that was the epitome of courage to make that in cut and make the catch.
One last play before the break. Looking to throw. He's on the move. Down the run right, throwing deep down the side. And someone stepped in. It's intercepted. And the Saints are stopped on that return. So that interception is going to be the final play of this opening half. Well, that first half, certainly an interesting one. Kate, Scott, Brock Ewart with you as we get back and see what the second half has in store for us. Here's Groupie on now to handle the kickoff. And we'll have to wait at least a few moments longer for an exciting start to this second half. We've got a touchback. First and 10 now from the 30. Looking to throw here and shake off that previous INT. That's a fights off a tackle, but he lost the ball. He left the ball behind. And the Saints grab it.
Hey, Kay, these last few minutes make me want to look away. Been a really rough series of events here for an old retired quarterback to watch.
Wish you could see him up here. All these turnovers not doing it for you, partner?
Well, the interception, I mean, start there. But immediately then fumbling the ball right back over, that's none too good either. And they know they just fumbled away a critical opportunity.
On first down, they'll run. And the defense gets there to force a small loss.
That's why you often see some mix, some high percentage pass plays on first and 10. You got to keep a defense honest. They're always looking for a run in that situation and a chance to stack them up for second and long.
Offense to the line for second down. Carr here from the gun. Short pass brought in. And he's tackled after gaining a handful.
This is one of those kind of win-win situations. Both sides feel good. As an offense, I get a completion. I get a win. As a defense, I keep everything in front of me. I make the tackle for a short gain. I get a win too. Sometimes you can get to win-win.
Carr throwing on third. Kamara's got it. And that tackle stops him after a solid gain.
Those little short throws, they are high percentage and certainly bread and butter. But they really run the risk of a quick tackle just like that and being stopped short of the sticks.
4th and 3, drive on the line. Back to throw it. He's got it to his running back. And he gets this down to the 13-yard line. It's a 13-yard pickup, and no worry at all on their side from being able to reach that marker on 4th down. That was impressive.
Oh, so close to getting off the field. But the 4th down conversion keeps that defense out there. That was their shot to end this possession, to sit on the bench, to get their breath. But now they're going to have to buckle down and force another 4th down.
Throwing again, it's Carr. This is reeled in by Kamara. And he's got a decent gain before being brought down.
Just get this guy touches. I don't care how, I don't care when. Just find unique ways to get this running back the ball, and over time, he's going to make you pay.
After a good pickup, they've got 2nd and 4. Working out of the gun, it's Carr. On the move, headed right. And the coverage just too good there. Didn't find the throw that he was confident in, so just throws it away. 3rd down coming up.
Look at how well the coverage held up on that play. Even as the QB escapes the pocket and buys extra time in secondary, well, they got real sticky, stay tight, and force the throw away.
So after that prior incompletion, we've got 3rd down. Carr setting to throw. Complete beyond the marker. And he'll pick up enough to move the chains.
You're not going to last long in the National Football League if you don't convert a good chunk of your 3rd downs. Nice find there to continue the series.
This offense in position now. It's 1st and goal. Kamara. Can't fight past that line. They stop him at the 3. But the defense is really buckled down. That was a scoreless third quarter for us. It's the Saints' ball. They're down on the scoreboard, but things not out of hand yet. Went in the wrong direction the last play. Need to get forward 3 yards here on 2nd and goal. Putting the tight end in motion. Another shot for Kamara. And he's brought down for a loss.
This offense may want to try and disguise their run a little bit. I don't know if it's the O-lineman's stance. I don't know if it's a cadence. I don't know what it is, but after 2 straight plays going backwards, this defense is all over them.
They've held him out twice. Here we go, 3rd and goal. Oh, surprise gift to the receiver near the goal line. And they weren't afraid to try the reverse, but he's corralled shy of the marker. It's 4th down.
You know, when receivers have room to operate, that's a play that can totally gash a defense. But, Kate, when you get down here in the red zone, it becomes so much tougher because you have a whole lot less space. And, in fact, you'll see defenses swarm like that one just did.
Here's an important kick now for Blake Grupe. This is a chip shot from the left hash. Flying down the heart of the lane, and it's good! And that brings things a little closer here late.
Such a perfect example of a kicker just doing his job. And now it's incumbent upon that defense to give him and their offense another shot.
And the Buccaneers manage to recover the football.
Hey, the numbers don't lie. The numbers tell you, Kate, time and again, it is so hard to recover these onside kicks. And when you got an opponent prepared for it, well, that makes it even more difficult.
They'll get this drive started. 1st and 10.
Up. Run. Real. What?
Pressure coming. Baker. That's going to be cut by Evans. And he's taken down at the 30. The Saints calling for a timeout. They're first. May still have 2 to work with in this final quarter.
Good offenses. Okay, good play callers know how to utilize their personnel. They know where they wanted them. They wanted them in a route in space where he could make that initial play comfortably, but then go to work after.
On the give, this is Irving. And he's able to take this one down to the 25. Timeout taken by the defense. They're second. And with another one gone, they're going to have just 1 remaining this game. Halfway to the marker, it's 2nd and 5. Going with Irving here. And he's short of the first after a mild gain. The Saints call their 3rd and final timeout. And this could be an issue the rest of the way with no way to stop this clock. 3rd down, 1 yard to go. Handoff headed right, Irving. And he gets this forward to the 19. That's a short gain of 1. And that's good enough for a Tampa 1st down.
I don't know, Kate. I didn't think he had it, but that back did. He knew exactly where he had to get for the 1st down. Pops up right away and signals 1st down.
We've hit the 2-minute warning here in Tampa. Buccaneers with a 5-point lead. Victory formation here. Looks like they're going to take a knee on 1st down. And he's going to take a knee.
This is situational football at its best. There's still some time left to bleed off the clock, but the really important thing here is you've got to bleed every second of that clock that you can.
This won't run out the clock just yet, Brock. They're going to have to kneel it again after this one. Your favorite formation, right, Brock? The victory formation here as he takes a knee.
There's still some time to bleed off the clock, but the important factor is that the defense is helpless to stop it. You could just run that clock down as far as you're able and take off every single second.
They can't end it with a knee, but this would run out some clock. A final kneel down here, and that should put a bow on this one.
Nothing left to do now.
Just about 8 miles inland from the warm waters of the Atlantic. We are inside Hard Rock Stadium here in Miami. The kicker, Blake Grupe, set to start it. And off we go from South Florida. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. First and 10.
20, TX. Hey, 21, TX. Corner, long. Step.
Now the former Texas A&M Aggie. Here's Devon Achane. And tough running there. He's up to the 32. Willie Gay with the stop. Second down and 8. A shotgun snap for Tua. And that's going to be incomplete. Coverage was good that time. The contact jarring the ball loose and forcing third down.
Seemed to me from up here, Mike, that he really locked in on that guy. He told himself, I'm going to give my guy a chance to go compete for this ball. But anytime he enters such a crowded area, it usually means if he works through his progression, there's an easier throw somewhere on the field. Instead, he tries to fit it in and just wasn't able to quite make the completion.
Throwing on third down, Tunga Vailoa. He gets that complete to Berrios. 17 yards on that play. Good for a Dolphins first down.
Third downs, Mike, those are quarterback downs. Those are the downs where you tend to find yourself in a must-pass situation, and that's where the top guys in the league are still capable of overcoming it. So throw the ball downfield, be accurate with the ball. Winning on third downs, that is a recipe for success.
20 TX. Hey, 21 TX.
Tua going to give it to Achane. And a nice run. Get him about 9. It'll bring up second down.
Go ahead. Corner, long. Step. Let's go. Hey.
Once again, it's Achane. And that should be enough. He works his way forward to pick up a first down.
Hey, get set. Hey. Long. Solo left Zion. 21G. Solo left Zion.
Throwing is Tua. That's over the middle and intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. A fresh set of downs to work with. It is first down and 10. On the ground for the first time, this is Alvin Kamara. And he's down on the other side of midfield. Mark him at the 48-yard line.
This is how you draw up your opening possession when you're on the road. The longer the drive goes, the quieter the crowd gets. Continue to mix in that run game. Let's see if they can finish off by putting this ball in the end zone.
On first down, Carr. A throw left side there, not going to find the target. Incomplete.
It's always a risky decision anytime a quarterback tries to force the ball, especially into those tightly contested areas. Not a lot of daylight, not a lot of room for error. In this case, it just falls simply as an incomplete. But as this game unfolds, better decisions are going to lead to better results.
Second down, Carr. That'll be caught. It's Alvin Kamara. And they'll move this one down inside the 40-yard line.
The ability to generate explosive plays is the greatest correlation with the ability to score points. So every defense nowadays is trying to say, cannot let them throw the ball over our head. What does that do? Gets you a little bit more depth in your drops. Makes it a little bit easier for some of these check down pickups.
They'll run on first down with Kamara. And he's going to be brought down on what will be the final play in this opening quarter. On first down, they'll stay with Kamara on the ground. He'll be taken down after a gain of 2. Now Carr on the bootleg. And he'll just bite the bullet and throw this one away. That was a good idea. He didn't force anything there. But now it's going to bring up third down.
So defensively, there's always the initial pass coverage plan, and then when that breaks down and the quarterback goes into scramble mode, how fast can you then move on to the second phase and what they call plaster, meaning find the nearest receiver and almost play him man-to-man, and it's exactly what they did here, and there was nowhere for the ball to go, and he's forced to just throw it away.
From the shotgun, it's caught. And this ball incomplete on third down.
I'd say one of the most critical elements of a dynamic offense, Mike, is how efficient are you on third down. It's something these teams stress all week. Here's an opportunity to continue to extend this drive. The defense wins this time and brings up fourth down.
Groupie's kick is good. And the Saints will take a 3-0 lead.
So anytime an offense comes off the field after settling for 3, you always have to take the good with the bad. In order to get down there in field goal range, you had to do something positive to move the ball. But at the same time, how are we going to be able to finish these drives and convert for 6 the next time we get down there?
They'll come up here, 1st and 10.
44. Ready. Hey. Watson, Oscar. Double 1, high. 20, TX. Hey, 21, TX. Out.
They'll start on the ground. It's Achane. And he is crushed in the backfield. Defenders firing through. Shut it down right away for a loss of yardage.
The speed and the get-off by the big interior defensive tackle, Mike. I mean, he got through there so fast, he almost took the handoff himself.
Let's go. Hey.
From the gun, here's Tua. The tight end, Jonnu Smith, secures it.
These are the play calls, Mike, that offensive coordinators use to just get their quarterback and their passing game into some sort of rhythm. Easy pitch and catch, get the ball out of his hand, see a completion. These typically, as the game goes on, lead to bigger and bigger gains.
3rd and 5.
Solo left Zion.
Out of the gun, Tagovailoa. He'll go right back to Smith. They hook up again. And he'll be taken down as we tick down to the 2-minute warning. 2 minutes remain in a 3-0 first half. We'll come back to Miami after this. No move for the punt team. The offense staying out there for 4th down.
21G. Solo left Zion. Hey. Watson, Oscar. Double 1, high.
They're going to go. It's Tua. And he's going to have the 1st down. Aggressive call there, but it works out as they convert on 4th down.
Nothing a quarterback loves more, Mike, than being able to pick up a 1st down without being forced to push the ball downfield and force it past the line to gain. He settles for the underneath check down. He's confident that his receiver is going to pick up the rest after the catch.
Hey, 21 TX. Good. Corner, long. Step. Let's go.
Throwing again, it's Tua. To the left side, in the hands of Hill.
This is a great example here of just not getting too complicated as an offensive coordinator. Who's one of your best players on the field, and how do you get the ball in his hands?
A good spot here, 2nd and a yard.
Long. Solo left Zion.
Tua to throw again.
Well, the quarterback didn't gain a whole lot there, Mike, but frankly, he didn't need a whole lot either. Nice job understanding the situation, when to pull it down, and he's able to pick up the first down on his own.
So they come to the line for first down and 10.
Solo left Zion. Hey, watch it, Oscar.
Here's Tua. And they bring him down inside the 25-yard line. On first and 10, here's Tua. And this time the rush gets home, and down he goes. Now Miami going to use the second of their timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. They'll try again. It's second and 10. On the handoff, this is Achane. He's going to be marked down at the 12-yard line. On first down, Tagovailoa. And with just 1 second remaining in the first half, they get the timeout. Jason Sanders on to try the field goal. This about as short as you can get. Sanders' kick is good. So, just a pair of field goals in that first half. It is 3-3 at the break. As we head north to Orlando, we're going to join the coach, Jonathan Coachman. He's got our EA Sports halftime report. Coach, thank you. Back here on EA Sports as we count down to the kickoff of the second half. The return team going to let that one go. It'll go through the end zone. It's a touchback. Set to go now on first and 10. In motion is Hill. Open man, that's Marquez Valdez-Scantling. And good yardage there after the catch. They'll wind up with a gain of 7 on first down. Second down and 3. They'll run. It's Kamara. And he's got it. First down. A pickup of 4. Carr working out of the gun. That's going to be pulled in by Kamara. And they'll get about 4 here as he is taken down. Here's 2nd and 6. Carr. He'll get this out quickly to Olave. And they're going to work this down inside the 45.
Well, sometimes as a play caller, it's pretty easy. Get the ball into the hands of your best players. In this case, a wide receiver screen. Get it to him quick, get some blockers out in front, let him do the rest after the catch, and he picks up the first down.
Shaheed in motion. A give up the middle with Kamara. And he'll get forward for a couple. It's 2nd down. Carr now. He'll get this out to his running back. Can he get away? No! He's going to be taken down behind the line.
To play corner in this league, Mike, you have to have great reactions and instincts. In this case, he trusts those instincts from the jump, and he's able to send the offense going backwards as a result.
Carr from the gun on 3rd down. He's going to air this one out, looking for Hill. And on 3rd down, that ball incomplete.
This pains me to say, Mike, because I love the idea of feeding the tight end, but you can only go his way so many times if it's not going to result in positive outcomes. So wouldn't be surprised to see him try to get his backs, his wide receivers, get some other guys involved, and then later in the game, go back to his big tight end.
And no chance of a run back here. This one's going to sail out of bounds. Operating from their own 23, they'll begin 1st and 10.
Solo left Zion. Solo left Zion. 21G. 21G. Solo left Zion.
Here's Tunga Vailoa. And that ball incomplete over the middle.
Just seems like another case of predetermining where the quarterback is going to go with the ball. He had a lot of good route options on that last concept. I think if he just remains a little bit more patient, read the play out, let it unfold, will lead to some easier and better completions.
On 2nd down, here's Tunga Vailoa. That's caught by Smith on the right side. Well, he's brought down. That pass is going to pick up 4 and bring up 3rd down. So, points at a premium. Defensive battle so far as we are through 3. You're watching the NFL on EA Sports. Wow, an important one coming here. Tie game, late, and this is 3rd down. A shotgun snap for Tua. That's taken in by Achane. And he's going to be out of bounds with a gain of 7. And that'll be enough for a 1st down.
Goes without saying, this is a huge drive. This game is all tied up. 4th quarter, that's a huge 1st down pickup. Now they got to see if they can get some points off this possession.
They'll run this one straight ahead with Achane. And he works past the 40, taken down after a gain of 7. Here's 2nd and 3 to go. They'll stay on the ground with Achane, and he'll work his way for about 4 yards. And that's good enough for a first down. Now Achane, and he'll plow forward for a gain of 4 yards. Second and 6 coming up. Two minutes to play in regulation. Greg and I back for the conclusion in a moment. Here comes 2nd down. They'll drop to throw. Oh, the pressure too much. He goes down. A massive play here. Late, tie game, 3rd down. Throwing is Tua. A pass complete there to Smith. And a good job here defensively. They did not let him get away. He's well short of the first down marker.
Seemed to me, Mike, before that ball was even snapped, the quarterback had already made up his mind. I'm throwing the ball to the tight end no matter what the look is. And he's counting on the big body picking up the rest after the catch. And even though he's able to secure the ball, nice job by the defense keeping him short of the sticks.
On 4th down, Tagovailoa. That ball intercepted. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. And the Saints have excellent field position as they take over right at midfield.
So in this last possession, Mike, they take the ball away, and they do it from playing cover 3 defense. So what that means is there's 3 deep players. There's 2 corners and a safety. They divide the field into thirds, and everybody else underneath is just looking at the quarterback. Straight zone coverage, played perfectly, leads to a big takeaway.
On 1st and 10, Carr. So now the Saints will use the first of their 3 timeouts. They get the stoppage with just under 50 seconds remaining here in the 4th. They'll come up here on 2nd down and 5. Carr to throw. They'll be forced to just throw that one away. It's incomplete.
The game is there for the taking. They control their own destiny, but this brings up a really big 3rd down here. But remember, they don't have to force it and push the ball past the sticks. Even if they come up short, they still have 4th down in their back pocket to try to extend this drive and see if they can pull out the win here late.
From the shotgun, it's Carr. His pass taken in by Shaheed. And it looks like he's going to have the first down. What great work after the catch to extend the drive.
Well, they finally are able to convert on a third down. And, Mike, when you look back at a box score, some of the biggest indications of how well the game went, of course, you don't want to turn the ball over. How do you execute in the red zone? And then how are you on third down? Third downs typically lead to long drives. Long drives tend to lead to points. It's not a real complicated formula. Stay on the field. The more snaps, the more plays, the better.
Kamara. And some space opens as he's brought down following a gain of 6. Now, 2nd and 4. Here's Kamara. And he'll get past the marker. So he's got a first down on that gain of 5. And now the timeout will be called, so they are in field goal range with 3 seconds left. So a pressure kick coming here for Blake Grupe. This to win the game. So now a big spot coming here. This one he's got to have. And this one is going to run out of steam. This is short. It's no good. And now the momentum swings to the other sideline here in overtime. Four quarters could not determine a winner. We get back underway here in overtime. And no chance to return this one through the end zone for a touchback. Here's 1st and 10. Valdez-Scantling on the move. Carr now to throw on 1st down. And he can't hang on through the contact. It's incomplete. What a good job defensively to meet him just as the ball was arriving. And it'll be 2nd down.
Defensively, that's just a missed opportunity, Mike. Anytime you have 2 defenders in the area and neither one of them is able to make a play on the ball, yes, I know that the ball felt incomplete, but, man, you got to get your hands on that ball and take advantage.
Now, 2nd down throw from Carr. That is caught downfield. It's Shaheed. A gain there of 23 yards. 1st down, New Orleans.
These crossing concepts are frequently used, Mike, throughout the entire game, all across the league. And what it does is it creates a lot of natural rubs. You run out the backside of the defense and rely heavily on the yards after the catch, and it's exactly how they're able to pick up this big gain.
Valdez-Scantling on the move. 1st down throw for Carr. That's out to the flat, and it's complete. And he's not going to be able to get away. Very good coverage on the perimeter. It goes down as a loss of yards.
We call them safeties because they're usually the last line of defense, but not here. On this play, he's up there at the line of scrimmage attacking the offense, and he takes him down for a negative play.
Last play went the wrong way. It sets up 2nd and long. It's 2nd down and 12. Quick throw on the RPO. It's Hill. And it'll be taken down after a gain of 9 and 3rd down coming up. He'll try and run for this with Kamara. And he is going to have the Saints first down. His defense unable to hold. It's a 7-yard gain on 3rd and 2. In motion is Hill. They're going to go right back to Kamara. And a strong first down run, a pickup of 9, setting up 2nd and short. Shaheed in motion. They'll go again here with Kamara. And it doesn't appear that he got to that first down marker. They'll only give him a yard, so it'll set up 3rd down. They'll run the sneak. And he is going to have the Saints first down. At least at first glance, they'll spot the football just beyond the marker. They find a way to convert on 3rd and inches.
I don't want to take anything away from the quarterback here, Mike. He did a nice job picking up that first down. But this play is won or lost by the big guys up front. They're the ones who need to get off the snap on time, get leverage on the defender, and create the space needed for the quarterback to pick up the first down.
They'll break the huddle. Coming up now for 1st and 10. They'll give this to Kamara, running right. And he'll get back to the line of scrimmage at best. Might have even lost a yard there. New Orleans, 3rd and final timeout.
With how fast they were all over that play, you almost wonder, Mike, was there a pre-snap tell? Did they know that play was coming? Because I'll tell you, that defense was on it from the start.
Second and 11. Play clock down to 0. That's going to be a delay. So a pressure kick coming here for Blake Grupe. This to get a leg up in the OT. This kick is good. He knocks it through. And they get the upper hand as they take the lead to start overtime. So the opening drive of overtime yields 3. Can the opponents respond? They receive the kickoff now. And he's down at the 23, and that's where the offense will take over. On the ground to start the drive, it's Achane. And he'll be taken down up at the 40-yard line. Here's a give to Achane. And a short pickup, too. About the 42-yard line. They'll come up on a 2nd down and 8. From the gun, here's Tua. Open man is Smith. He's got him.
Defense does a nice job here initially using zone coverage to take away the middle of the field. That's the most valuable real estate in football. Quarterback gets off his first read, sees some openings to the sideline, and him and his receiver are able to connect.
On 3rd down, they'll go with Achane. This will not do the trick. They've stopped him behind the line. 4th down coming up.
This is one of those down and distances where the offense really could either run or pass, but give credit to the defense. They sold out to stop the run, and boy, were they right. They take them down for a loss.
The offense staying out there for this 4th down. They snap it to Tua. And it's intercepted. That ought to seal it. It's the Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. So this one a win for the visiting Saints. They knew a field goal would do it, and a pressure kick from distance was right on the money. They come away with the victory here in overtime. So that'll just about do it for Greg Olsen and our entire team. I'm Mike Tirico. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, log on to easports.com. So long, everybody.